Hello and welcome, friends. Welcome in. Happy to see you here today. Happy Father's Day. Um, I I am, of course, a father. I'm a proud father to three young girls, and it makes me happy every day to be a dad. So it feels like a special day for me. It feels kind of a little weird to be streaming about it, honestly, but nonetheless, here we are. So happy Father's Day to fellow dads out there, or those of you who have a dad, and those of you who have a complicated relationship. Pro streamer. What's the pro streamer about? Come on now. Come now. Anyways, those of you with a complicated relationship with your dad, well, I sympathize. I know what that's about too. So, anyways, here on this Happy Father's Day, playing a bit of a different game, playing a Rosenberg game, Atiwa. This is a little bit more kind of growth and nature focused, which just kind of felt right for today, I guess. Not explicitly about families or anything like that. 3 children is a pretty pro streamer move. Well, there you go. And before we get into that, I just do want to talk a little bit about op cost things, because I think there's going to be some changes to stream in the near future. And I know when I've talked about this in the past, it's like universally bad. It's always like I'm scaling back or like whatever. And I'm happy to say that that's not the case here. I've just been doing some some real thinking about what I'd like stream to be and what it means to me and kind of what I want to do when I grow up. And the good news is that that's more of this, right? But more of this and in a more purposeful way. More Martina trombone. Unfortunately, that's probably not it. Martina's busy doing her own thing, and we probably won't be seeing a lot more of her. You might get a glimpse of her in a minute here, because I think she is going to bring me a coffee, but probably we won't be seeing a ton more of her on stream. I don't have any like big announcement or anything for today. I just want to say that currently this is like, very much a side thing for me and one that's been really hard to prioritize. But in September of this year, I will be like leaving my full-time job and I will be doing board game op cost things full-time. And I guess that's an announcement, I suppose. I think that's something I've known for a really long time, but really haven't talked much about. Boo, then I don't want to hear it. Well, too bad. My stream, my roles. So yeah, does that mean a ton more streams? Probably not. What it does mean is a ton more content. I want to do a lot more long form content on YouTube, and I really want to take care of some stuff that I don't see happening in the space presently. And that's really going to be focused a lot on, it's not a disaster, this is great news. It's going to be focused a lot more on community and connection. And I got some really big ideas that I want to bring forward in, kind of the latter half of this year. Not even the latter half, the last quarter, really. Come October, we'll get started on that in earnest. This is going to involve some of you, some of the people who are present in the chat right now, regulars in stream. I will be asking you for help. I need to make sure Martina knows how much I love her. I will be telling you. Ooh, another middle-aged man with a podcast. No, I'm not going to be doing a podcast. And honestly, I desperately want to tell you guys about some of my ideas, but I don't think I want to commit to them publicly just yet, because I want to kind of evolve them a little bit. But I just want to say that like this is super personal for me, and I've been doing some like legit deep introspective soul searching and have like made a decision that I want to make the world a better place through board games. And I want to focus on connecting people together. Me connecting with you through stream and things like that, facilitating those of you out there connecting with others, and generally just helping make some really positive things happen in the board game space. So yeah, I think that the way I will kind of kick that off is, I know you guys all know me, but I'm going to start an opening stream in a different way, which is to say, I'm James, Opcost, and I help people find games that they love so that they can share them with others, have fun, and make memories. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on, like real hard on a go-forward basis. And I'm hoping that you guys will come along with me. And I think we can make some really cool stuff happen together. So, with that, let's dive into our game today. Today we're going to be playing Atiwa. Now, I can't say this word properly, and I don't think I should try. I feel like I'm doing like a bad job imitating someone else's accent that I don't know. But in any case, this game is about fruit bats in Ghana, and those bats. I'll help however I can. Thank you, Trombone. I know you will, and I think you will be personally involved. I'm going to be asking you for a favor. I'll talk to you about it on Discord soon. And positivity on the internet, say it isn't so. I love that intro. I'm glad you do, because you'll be hearing more of it for sure. And I already reached out to you, Allison, because I want you, I think, yeah, I need you to help me with a favor too. Don't worry, everyone in chat right now, you'll be hearing from me, I guarantee. So, don't feel excluded or anything. This is like, I've ideas I've been evolving over the last little while, but things that I've been figuring out like up to and including this morning, like 10 minutes before I started stream. So it's in its infancy. That's why I'm not putting out anything concrete just yet, but I will be asking for your help. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Keep bugging me. Oh, yeah, hey, I didn't have time to reach back out to you, so don't worry about it. You know how to contact me. I don't have a job right now, and I'm living with my parents, so I have lots of free time. Okay, Trombone, listen, I'm going to take you up on that. I need help. Honestly, the single thing I need the most help with right now is kicking some ideas around and just telling me how stupid they are and like what the rough edges are. And I know you're good at that, so I will be asking for help, I promise. All right, back to this game. So this game is really interesting because it is. Oh, you know what? I bet you I didn't turn on the fan and the thing's gonna overheat. I'm gonna fix that now before it happens. This game is about fruit bats in Ghana. I think it's actually based on a study that was done that demonstrated that like a single colony of fruit bats can reseed like absolutely mind-blowing amounts of like clear-cut landmass, right? Because they travel far to eat fruit, and then as they return home, well, they poop and they like seed huge swaths of land. And that's kind of what this is about. And we're trying to be a little bit more focused on being balanced with nature. I think I might slide this board down a little bit because the slider cam is kind of over those cards at the top. But you played this Friday. Yeah, I saw your stream. I actually didn't watch it because I saw you streaming. And I hadn't played this yet, and I wanted to just do my usual first play fumbling time roller, and I didn't want to get any like hints or a feel for it. I wanted it to be blind like usual. I probably don't need all these cards down here, I suspect, for my own solo play, but whatever. We're gonna give it a try. So this is a Rosenberg game, like most Rosenberg games. Worker placement that's sort of homesteady, but a little bit more nature focused. So we got this big board of resources here. This is all kind of like our personal supply board. Whether we are playing this just as a solo game or with multiple players, you would have one of these, and these resources you're going to be adding to your little tableau down here over time. So we're going to be adding cards here in rows up to 4 wide, and as many rows as we want, okay? And then some of these, there's restrictions on what we add here determines what resources we can store. These ones on this board are just sort of like in the supply. They're not actually kind of ours. They're only available to us when we have them stored on these boards. And everything in the game we have to store on a board except for gold. Well, this is a little fruit bat. That's a little start player marker. Oh, cute little fruit bat. Kind of creepy little fruit bat, but kind of cute. You started an Insta trombone. That's awesome. I'll look you up, or drop it in chat. I'll grab it from there. Well, at least you got it set up in less than an hour. Hey now. I saw you setting up Mosaic. I saw that Mosaic stream. You know the pain. All right, so in this game, like, yeah, these are our supplies. We're gonna build a tableau of tiles that we're gonna gain from over here, and we're gonna need room to store all of our resources, except gold. Gold, we can just keep off to the side of the board. We can have any amount of that we want, but for the most part, gold comes with a penalty. We're gonna gain gold at the end of the round. One of the things we're gonna have in here is families. Families are gonna go mining for gold. But when they do so, they are going to produce pollution. So we get to take a look in this bag and see how much gold we get. Usually it's going to be 0 or 1. In this case, 0. But they produce pollution, and the pollution has to be placed on our board in a particular way, basically blocking spots in the top center and then the top right and so on of all of our tiles. And it never can be removed. It permanently ruins our board. So that kind of sucks. But we can train these families, and then we can actually store fruit bats in their homes, and they produce gold and no longer produce pollution. So we have some options there, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. So we're gonna have to find a way to generally kind of balance gaining resources, but not just at the expense of nature, or else we're gonna produce a whole bunch of pollution and mess everything up, and just generally it's gonna be a bad time. So we're gonna give this a whirl. With the solo game, we have 3 colors of worker, and I'm gonna be placing like the red workers out this turn. And they're going to remain out on the board and block me for future turns. And I just cycle through kind of red, yellow, blue, red, yellow, blue. So in the first round, I can pick whatever. By the time we're in the third round, there will always be 6 spots that I've blocked. And I just kind of ruin my own day by choosing spaces, and then, whatever, they're in the way. So there are tiles up here that I can gain, that I can add to my tableau. I can also get other benefits when I do so, like gaining trees and fruit or fruit bats, but I always need a place to store them. So these tiles up here generally give me a lot of space to like, these are kind of like the natural tiles. They give me a lot of space to place trees, fruit bats, wild animals, which I might need for food, things like that. But they don't have a lot of housing on them, right? This spot is kind of a rare exception. The Arboretum does have a room for a hut on it. Down here, oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. Down here, we've got like more kind of traditional human-oriented spots. We got the farmstead, settlement, village, and town. These all give me more room for villagers and houses and families, but at the expense of not having much room to, store fruit bats or other goods. They are worth a lot of points, though, and we do like points, because gaining points is, how we win. We're trying to get a score of 120, which feels like I have no idea whether that's difficult or otherwise. So we'll just see how it goes. Minerva's curled up in my lap and has been for an hour. That sounds fabulous. My cats are getting old, and they are getting more and more snuggly, and I am trying to appreciate every minute of it that I can. All right. So, yeah, I guess let's dive into this. I'm going to take a look at some of these actions first, because I haven't taken a really good look at the board. and you know, seeing what I can do. How am I going to play this worker placement when I don't know what the various spots are? So each turn we're going to put out a worker, and then we can also send out our fruit bats that evening if we want, if we have at least 3 of them. Okay. These spots on the board are going to change every round. These are like tiles that can shift. But we'll get there. So the spots at the top let us draw terrain cards from the deck or take the face-up cards. They also give us the respective resources. So a tree with fruit on it, a fruit bat, or a wild animal, which we can use. It's an efficient way for us to feed our families. These tiles here, there's a multiplier based on how many nature tiles you have. So some of the tiles up here show a little nature icon. So you multiply like gold by the number of those tiles you have. And then if you have at least four tiles, you can put out a family. We don't have any of these just yet, so those probably aren't going to be very lucrative spots for us. And then down here, these are the ones that, of course, change every round. These things are going to move, but it's kind of weird. We're going to put out workers, and like I mentioned, these workers are going to block us for the subsequent round, but the workers don't move with the tile. They stay on the space, and like next round, these will all shift down, and this worker is going to still be in this slot, but this tile is going to be over there. It's going to be weird. Anyway, we'll figure that out as it comes. So these give us a variety of resources. We can gain families, we can train families, we can get trees, fruit bats, wild boars, fruit bats and gold. Goats. Goats are gonna, we can use for milk, which is gonna reduce the amount of food we're gonna need each round, right? This lets us train a family, get a tree, all that sort of stuff. This lets us put a fruit bat in an empty house. So that's kind of cool. And then we've got more spots here on the board for other things. These ones obviously don't change. Gaining families and various resources. Trading gold for, you know, various things. A gold for 2 goats, for instance. Not bad. And then down here at the bottom of the board, we can gain... we can spend resources to gain these tiles, right? You would also get first player if you were playing a multiplayer game, but you know, we're just gonna keep that cute little fruit bat token forever because we're playing solo this time. But yeah, if I want to build a farmstead here, I'm gonna pay a gold and a tree, or 2 gold and a tree, I guess, if I was blocked, right? If that spot was taken. So it gets a little bit more expensive. I don't know why the icons are different colors on this side. That seems odd, but anyway. Okay, so what the heck are we gonna do in order to win? I have no idea. We're just gonna start taking actions blindly and hope that it works out for us. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? What is this power-ups thing in Twist just to push to buy stuff? As far as I know, yeah. So I saw the little announcements about power-ups, but I didn't actually get a good opportunity to kind of take a look at what they were. But you can like, lose, Jared? But you can, yeah, like, you know, make your emotes bigger and things like that in exchange for bits. And streamers can set the prices, but I think it's sort of anticipated that there'll be, you know, it's just more ways to spend bits, basically. I believe, like all bits, that like the bits just go straight to the streamer. Like Twitch takes their cut when you buy the bits, not when you spend them, generally. But don't quote me on that. Anyway. Crabs. I like crabs. Crabs are fun. All right. I want to get another family because at the end of the round, we also have opportunities to gain additional stuff as long as we meet the requirements. So we're going to get extra families and animals for this current round. So we get one of each as long as we have the respective things. So in this first round here, if we have 2 families, we'll get an extra family. You can figure out that out on your own. If we have at least a fruit bat, we'll get one. And if we have at least a wild boar or wild animal, we'll get one as well. So I feel like if we don't train this family, we're going to get pollution and we're going to be sad. But I don't know if we should focus on growing our stuff or like I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What's new? Nothing. So currently, I think we want to get a goat. I'm making it my personal mission for no particular reason to try and get a goat this round, because goats provide us with milk and then we have lower food requirements. We like crabs. Crabs are fun. Hey. Don't kink shame. By the way, dear Jared, happy Father's Day. Hope your fam treated you well. Okay, so let's try and get another family. This action over here, I know from the rules, it basically really tells you that this particular thing, being able to gain a family and then train a family, is like not a common action. Once we place things out, we can't move them. But that means a bat can like hang out in with that family. So we'll have additional space for a bat. We have to take that action. I don't know whether it's good to take now or not, but we're going to try it. So we're going to take that. We gain a family, and we can place it into our tableau here. And then we can train a family. It doesn't have to be that one. I don't know that it really matters, other than for pollution maybe. But if pollution is affecting these families, we've lost the game. So we'll just do that. And that was our turn. What else do we want to do? So we have a trained family now. There's other spots we can train a family. If we do that, we avoid pollution, which I don't know if it's unavoidable, but we want to try and avoid it, I think. So the other ways we can train a family are these 2 actions out here. Once we've taken those, it's all over. There's no further family training, that's for sure. So we don't have a lot of space, really, which is a problem. But we're just going to try this. We're going to go here. So that lets us take one of these wild animals, which we can put there. Oh, we're going to get an extra one, and we're not going to have space for it. Oh, well. We get a tree. All these things come off our supply board here. This is going to produce stuff for us later. You'll see how it goes. And then we get to train a family, so we can flip over this one. So we have spots for 2 bats here. And we're not going to produce pollution anymore, which is cool. Hey, Razor, welcome in. You've been spoiled as always, Jared? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm having a lovely Father's Day. But I will get more spoiled tomorrow, actually, just the way it happens to work out. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go get one of these tiles up here. So I think we're gonna go acquire this mangrove forest. So we get a bat, which I think we have to have a place for it before we place this tile. And then once we put this down, it has to go orthogonally adjacent. It's there forever. It's got some blank spaces here. We're just going to put it right there to the left. See how that works out. It's worth 0 points for us, but it does give us one of those nature symbols. So that means that we'll actually be able to use these other actions at some point. I don't know whether they're worth it with one. Probably not. And it also gives us some spots for fruit bats, wild animals, and trees. And importantly, the blank spaces here can store anything other than families, but it has to already be present on the card. So once we say have a fruit bat here, we can store fruit bats in these other blank spaces. And until we have something on this card, they're actually not very useful. But we will get there. We're scaling. We're scaling. Welcome in all. Today is just another Sunday, getting your ass handed to you by a game. It's true. It's true. Feels like any other Sunday. All right, so I have taken my 3 actions, which means we are now moving to the maintenance phase. So we have 2 trained families, okay? So you'll recall we flipped these guys over so they're showing that fruit bat side. So they each just collect 1 gold. We just gain the gold. We do not have to draw from the bag and get pollution markers, which irreversibly ruin our pristine landscape that we've got here. So we don't want that anyway. So we got 2 gold now. Sweet. Okay. And then we work on our board here kind of top to bottom and gain the things that are shown. I totally screwed up with the get a goat plan. So, whoops, but we'll figure that out later. Okay, so we gain no new trees. We get 1 fruit. So we take this fruit and it has to generally go on a tree, or some squares, there's spots that can hold fruit on their own, but not very many. We gain a fruit bat. So that's cool. And then we're going to have to feed our family. So because we have 2 families out, we have a food requirement of 3. And normally if we had a goat, for instance, we would reduce that requirement by 1. But I said my mission was to get a goat and I didn't do it. I forgot about it immediately. So we have a food requirement of 3. And our options for feeding, let's see, I don't know that I remember. Let's make sure I get this right. So goats are 3 food. Wild animals are 2 food. Fruit and gold are 1 food each. And then you can spend fruit bats as food, but we really don't want to, and not on trained families. So okay. So we don't want to feed this wild animal because if we keep it, we get an extra one. We need to come up with 3 food, and I think we're going to pay a fruit and our 2 gold. That feels yucky. That feels yucky, but I really want to keep this wild animal, I think. Right? So then we get now, because it's the first round here, if we have at least 2 families, we gain 1 more. If we have at least 1 fruit bat, we gain 1 more. And if we have at least 1 wild animal, we gain 1 more. Oh, I think I hear a wild Martina. So it is a wild Martina. Are you going to come say hello or just no? You tell me. Okay. Hey, look at that. Martina! Trombone's very excited about you. Oh. She said, I need to tell you how much she loves you. So,
Hi,
a wild
everybody.
Martina appears.
This game looks fun.
It's about fruit bats. You know, I could play it solo and then you could join me.
We'll see.
That was a no.
Was it?
It was probably a no. But I was talking a little bit about upcoming stream changes, and Trombone asked, would there be more Martina? And I said, not likely. But, you know.
Maybe after July.
Maybe after July. We'll see. We'll see. Always nice to see Lady Opcost. Dispatchinator, it's true. It's true.
Very sweet.
That was a very nice no, said Jared. Yeah. Jared, you know, he's been there.
He's been there.
He's a family man, I'm sure.
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. Well, anyways, at least we got a brief Martina appearance. you know? Zakun, how sweet. Martina is my wonderful wife who I adore, and yeah, she just brought me a coffee because she loves me, and I feel really good about that. So I'm gonna enjoy this for a second. And yeah, maybe we'll see some more of her. Martina's super busy, and you know, it's the way it works out. This will be one of the things that might change a little bit, actually. You know, as we get into October, and I have I'm going to be leaving my full-time job, and I'm going to have more time for op cost things and for some family things. As it works out right now, my kids are kind of getting to the age where they're starting to have like a lot of extracurricular obligations. And when those things happen, they start early enough that I'm still working. I work from home, but I'm still working. And Martina kind of does the brunt of the running the kiddos around, while I do a lot of, you know, other domestic things, make dinner, whatever. But maybe there's a world where I'm doing a little bit more of that, and that frees up Martina to have a bit more bandwidth to show up on stream. Something that would warm my heart is Martina used to stream puzzles on here too, which was just a chill, fun activity, just to like have fun, chat with people, shoot the breeze, whatever. I'd love to see that happen again. That would like warm my heart. Ah, the bleacher stage, Allison. Yeah, that sounds about right. Always team Martina. It's true. It's true. It's true. Semi-retired myself. I highly encourage this lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't call it an announcement, maybe. Maybe it was, I don't know. But I was just monologuing, as I do, a little bit at the start of stream. In October, I'm going to be, like in September, my contract ends and I'm not renewing it. And in October, I'm going to be full-time in the board game space. That doesn't mean on Twitch all the time, but it does mean lots of other things that I'm not quite prepared to talk about just yet. But they're all positive, really good, and really community focused. And you will definitely be hearing about them, and I'll be reaching out to some of you for some help for sure. So stay tuned. Now back to the game. So where was I at? I just fed my family. That's a common Rosenberg trait, and I opted to feed with fruit. I really wanted to keep that. But I fed fruit and gold. So obviously the gold I paid to buy something else. Obviously I didn't actually literally feed them gold. But I did that so that I could keep this one little wild animal, because it's the end of the first round. And if we have at least 2 families, we get an additional family, which we do. So we'll take that now and we can put that over here. We have no additional space for families. If you do not have space for something, you do not get it. And now, of course, we're going to need 5 food next round, not 3. So we've got to figure that out. And then if we have at least 1 fruit bat, we gain another fruit bat, which we do. So we'll put that guy over here, because now we can put fruit bats in all the blank spaces on this tile. And then if we had at least 1 wild animal, we get another one, which we do. And we'll put that guy over here, same deal. Once we have blank spaces can hold anything other than families. But only if that thing is already present on the tile somewhere. So now that we have this here, we can, you know, store other stuff on it. So that's cool. Awesome. Live that dream. Thank you. Watching soccer, and commentator just said Suck's feet are very fast, like sewing machine goes. Oh my. That is very fast. Whew. I don't know who that is or anything about that, but wild. Okay, so we did the breeding. Normally we would return our workers, but in the solo game that doesn't happen. These ones we placed out are then going to stay there and annoy us for the rest of the game. The only other real solo change is that typically we would get rid of these cards, but these actually remain in the solo game, and we just put out additional ones. Now I want to reread the section, because I'm pretty sure that this worker is going to stay here. On this spot, not on this tile that he's placed on. But I want to make sure I get that right, because it was very explicit about it, but in like a not super, in a way that didn't make sense to me. So let me just make sure I get that right. Okay, yeah, so the workers stay in their slot, basically. Okay, so the way this is going to work is that this was round 1, and we can see that it's colored red because we were supposed to use the red workers for this turn. So this slot is going to, this tile is going to slide over here, and it is now round 2. This worker stays on the slot that we had placed him, and will be blocking this action, not, or like, yeah, whatever. That's exactly how it's going to work. This guy's not going to move. Yeah, they always stay on the spot, they don't slide with the tile. And then these guys are just going to remain where they are and block us and be annoying. And in this round, round 2, we're going to use the yellow workers. If we have a goat, at least 1 goat, we'll get an additional 1. If we have at least 5 fruit bats, we'll get an additional 1. And if we have at least 4 wild animals, we'll get an additional 1. So that's a thing. Oof. I don't think we're going to be getting up to those numbers anytime soon. Okay. Our goal is to score 120 points. I think we currently have approximately nothing. We got the 9 points that we were given on our village, and we've gained nothing else. So let's take a look here, and let's think about kind of our win conditions here. I think I don't know what they are, but we need to get points, and we'll gain points for getting these. We want to avoid pollution. This guy's gonna pollute and ruin our ability to keep a fruit bat, or well, actually he'll ruin part of our mangrove forest. So that's kind of sucky. We also do not have any room for additional families, right? We got this one untrained family, and we have no other spots for additional families. So we probably want to have an opportunity to get more, especially because we're going to end up in round 3 and for the rest of the game having opportunities to gain additional families through breeding. That sounds weird to say. That's what the phase is called, okay? Yeah, in any case, we probably want to get some additional houses out. And I think that means we might want to invest in this arboretum up here. The arboretum has lots of room for trees, basically only trees. A blank space that, like, because it would only otherwise hold a tree most likely, isn't hyper valuable, and we could put that on the left side over here. So if we do get some pollution, it blocks a very low value space. It also gives us 1 extra hut. 1 isn't a lot, but it's enough for now. So I think we're going to try and take that. And we also gain a tree and a fruit. Now, I want to know, actually I got to check. Can we do those in either order, or do we have to do them in the order listed? I'm not sure. You can take them in any order. Okay, good. So we could put the tree and fruit on this new thing. Or we could put it over here on the blank spot. I think we're just going to put it here. We're going to just start stocking the arboretum and see what happens. Now, we do have what we need in order to do the bonus action. We can send 3 fruit bats over here to this other board, this little nighttime board. We basically, they go out at night, and we have to pay a fruit, but they will basically like reward us with a tree. We get to plant another tree, and I think we take it immediately. So let's check that too. That's the only kind of bonus action in the game. We have to have at least 3 fruit bats, a fruit, and at least a tree that's on the supply board with room on it on the board for it somewhere. So we lose our fruit, but we gain a tree. And then our tree gives us room for more like fruit income and stuff like that. Let's do it. Let's do it. The goal is to gain more, like to have happy places for fruit bats to go. Let's try it out. So we put our 3 fruit bats over here. We return our fruit to the board and we gain the tree immediately. And maybe we'll just put it on this one tree spot, just on principle. Sounds like the perfect Father's Day game. I don't know. Send forth the bats to eat fruit and poop to repopulate the earth. Not horrible. Not crazy. Oh, this is Arboretum's worth -1 point. So we actually have fewer points now than we had when we started. Sweet. Our fruit bats are going to return to our board before we do the breeding phase. So we can get an extra fruit bat if we collect at least 2 more. And we'll get an extra boar if we have at least 2 more of those as well. But we want goats. We want goats. Because we also have 5 food that we're going to need to get. We got to feed these families. And we want to train this family if at all possible. So, let's figure out how we're going to do that. I think we're going to go over here. Dads are about the breeding phase. Okay, so we can either take this action. We gain a goat. That's good. And we could get 2 fruit bats. That would give us enough. Ooh, do we have enough space for that many fruit bats? Yes, we would. That would give us enough fruit bats to get an additional one. We could also go over here and get some gold. And then we could spend that gold to get 2 goats. Let's try this one. Let's get a goat. That goat will go over here. We don't have a lot of goat storage space. That's actually a problem. We don't have anywhere to store an additional goat. We'll earn an additional goat. Oh, this blank space. We can put one right there. Okay, cool. And then we get 2 fruit bats. So we're going to put one here. And then we can put one of these in the blank space. These bat meeples are kind of cool. More so about the practice? Hey now. That's true. All right. So what is our final action going to be? Let's think about how we're going to feed our family this turn. So currently we're going to earn 1 pollution. And maybe a gold between 0 and 2 gold. That's from this untrained family. It would be better to train them, but then all of our training actions are blocked. And I don't know if having all of our families be trained the whole time is like a realistic expectation. I don't know. I'm not sure. Alternatively, we could go down here and gain the 2 wild animals that we need in order to get an extra one. But we do have to feed our family 4 food. Where's that going to come from? We have no fruit. We'll earn 2 fruit. That gets us partway there. But we would need, if we want to get the bonus from the wild animals, we would need at least 5, because we're going to probably have to send one off to get eaten. So maybe let's not take that action. Why don't we just try and keep our families trained, not get the pollution, get the guaranteed gold income, which we can spend for food anyway, and we gain a tree, which eventually will produce more fruit for us as well. And we get lots of space for trees over here. We built a frickin' arboretum. Let's get some trees. Let's get some trees. All right, so each trained family collects 1 gold. So we get 3 gold, no pollution. Let's go. Just put those down here. And then we work down this. So wild animals will gain us trees also eventually. If we have 1 more, but we don't currently. So we're not going to gain any trees yet. But we will get 2 fruit. I don't know if it makes a difference here. Let's do it that way. No, let's do it that way. Okay. And then we will gain 1 fruit bat. We like fruit bats. They're cool. They're nice to us. All of the fruit bats that we sent out to grow the forest are going to come back. They're going to fly home. Happy little guys. Remember, they look kind of cute and kind of terrifying. Just like that. Being eaten is bad. Yeah, untrained families eat they can eat the fruit bats. We don't want to do that. We like fruit bats. So now we have 5 food minus 1 from milk from our goat. So we need to come up with 4 food. And our viable options here, we can get 3 food from a goat, but then that reduces our future income from it. So that's not a good. We can get 2 from a wild animal, 1 from a fruit, 1 from gold, and 1 from a bat, a fruit bat, but only per untrained family, of which we have 0. So we've taught them not to eat the bats, and we're happy about that. So we need 4 food, and next round, we want to have at least our 2 dudes. So we don't want to spend those if at all possible, but we also have the perfect situation here where we could get additional trees by sending out, we have 6 fruit bats, 2 pieces of food. We could send those guys out to reseed this arboretum. You know, that could happen. So I think we're gonna find a way to get another boar. We're gonna get rid of one. He goes back over here. I'm sorry, friend. And we're gonna just pay the $2, the 2 gold. That's our 4. We get 2 from the boar, 2 from the food, or from the gold rather, and we're good. Breeding phase. So we can gain another goat. Now, the only place we can store our goat right now is this spot here. This is a blank spot. Because there's already a goat on this tile, it can go here, but we do not have any space for additional ones. So that is something we are going to want to resolve sooner rather than later. I don't know how. We have at least 5 bats, so we get another bat, which we're going to have hang out in the arboretum, or the mangrove forest, my apologies. And we do not have the 4 wild animals listed, so no luck on those. And now we get a new action card here. Plains. That gives us a good mix of everything. It even has a goat pen on it. That's kind of cool. But I think we probably gotta figure out how to purchase a farmstead or something down here that gives us a little bit more. Like this gives us 2 spots for goats and another room for another family. That's looking promising. And some bats. It's a good mix of everything, the farmstead. Lowest point value. We also have to spend trees to get them because we have to cut the trees down to build the houses, which is kind of an affront to nature. I don't know. Anyways, this is going to slide over. So we get an extra family if we have at least 3. We currently do, so that's cool. If we have at least 6 fruit bats, which we also do, if we have at least 2 wild animals, we only have 1, but we can probably find a way to fix that. Okay, James, tell me the ways of this mystical card camera. What, this one here? What do you want to know about it? You want to know, like, how it's set up, or what? Or are you talking about the you know, the slider cam over here that I can show off things with? What do you want to know? How the heck to make that happen? Are you going to be streaming sometime in the future? And because it's I will tell you all about it. I will help make that happen. Okay, we need room for goats. We want to buy a farmstead. Because we are too poor to buy anything else anyway. We would need 3 trees. Okay, so we really do want to send these bats out to get the stuff. Okay, so let's take this action. We're gonna pay a gold, our only gold, and a tree. And we get to add a farmstead. Now we can put this on this row. We can put it on another row. It's only going to determine where pollution goes. I think it's okay that it goes up here. No streaming, just super curious. You came to the right place. Hashtag pro streamer. Happy Father's Day to a wonderful daddy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I try real hard to take care of my girls. I think I do an okay job. They mean a lot to me. So let's talk about this camera for a bit. I'll tell you how this works. So I will say, lots of people have card cameras. Usually they use a green screen, right? I actually had a green screen setup. Look, I'll show you. I'll show you. I had a green screen setup. In the first iteration of this, I used a teal, like lime, seafoam. That's the word I'm looking for. A seafoam cutting board. Okay? I even sanded this so that it would be like flat and dull and not reflective. Okay? And this still didn't work very well because what I was doing with this is called chroma keying, where you basically say, hey, look for this color and get rid of it. So I have a camera mounted like top down on the side of my desk here. It's pointed down at a side table. And I would, I can put a card under it and display that. Not on here because I need to set it up so that it works on the front cam, but it works on the overhead cam, right? So this is just floating in the ether. But the chroma key would just it's really hard to get right. You need super flat, even lighting that's really difficult to achieve, and any similar colors get keyed out, and then there's like holes in the card or it looks weird around the edge. That's what you see most people doing, right? And that's why you see that it looks a little janky when people use card cams like that. So what I have is I actually bought a like art board. I can't show it to you because of course it's invisible by design, but I bought a tracing board, like a lit or like a photo board for like looking at negatives, right? So it's lit from behind, and I use that, and it's set up so that it's the camera, like that light is like 100% white, right? So I just take out 100% white, and then this blocks it perfectly. And not when I am on the wrong camera though, pro streamer by the way. And then it does a really good job of just keying it out, and the edges don't look screwed up or anything. And there's I'm never gonna have a card, even if I was displaying a white piece of paper, generally it wouldn't be keyed out because it's not gonna be 100% white. That's the nerdy technical description. I hope that makes sense to you. And that white outline is actually a glow effect I add separately because it just makes the edge not look aliased and jaggy. But yeah, the light box thing, it totally works. And it matters a lot to me. One of the things that I think I've already figured out and I feel pretty good about is I want this stream to be like quality matters. I'm trying to get better on the quality of my presentation and what I say. Lots of room to improve there. But at least the visual quality, like I want you to be able to read this. If I want to show you this card, I want to be able to talk to you about it and tell you these costs and you be able to actually see what they are. Because that was like the biggest thing. There was a lot of board game streams that I would hop in and take a look and it'd be like, oh, well, I was playing a game, so I turned the camera on and you literally couldn't see what was going on. So that's something I try really hard not to do. So appreciate the questions. I will happily ramble about them anytime. Now, back to the game. We got a farmstead. We have more room for people and more room for goats. Now, unfortunately, what I wanted to do was get those goats over here with gold. Gold. But I spent my gold on a farmstead. So, shit. Also, I need to send out these bats. I got distracted by technical things that I like to prattle on about. I can only take one fruit bat action, so I can send these 3 bats with this one piece of fruit, and I get a tree immediately. Cool. Hey, It's a Disaster is huge. Wow. Was that one of the power-ups there, I guess? Gigantify an emote. That's cool as hell, actually. It's like, I like that emote so much, but it's really, like, it's just on the cusp of legibility. You know, it doesn't work out as well as I wish it did, and that solved it. So, thank you for trying that out, Cosmic Beat. So many technical snafus along the way. Look at where we are now. I got distracted by that huge emote. That's cool. Thanks for giving that a try. Appreciate the biddies also. All right. So we have gained a farmstead. We sent out our bats and stuff. Oh, this is the action we want. This is the move. This is the one. We're gonna go here. We're gonna run out of spaces for fruit bats, but that's okay. We'll figure that out later. We gain 2 fruit bats. We gain a gold. It's gonna pay for our goats, and we gain a boar, a wild animal, which is gonna give us a pair, which is what we need for breeding. So that's sweet. That's like exactly what we needed. And then we could take another fruit bat action and we can send these fruit bats out with this other orange, this other bit of fruit, and we get another tree. Now we're earning 3 fruit worth of income, which is huge. The Arboretum is paying off, and we need these trees in order to build settlements and stuff, which we're gonna need to get eventually. So that feels good. That feels good. And we have one final action left. We're gonna get those goats. We're gonna end up not having to pay basically any food costs because we're just gonna sustain ourselves on goat's milk. All we do is lovingly foster cute fruit bats and sustain ourselves on goat's milk. It's ideal, really. Look at that. We're living some kind of dream. I'm not sure whose dream it is, but we are living it. Okay, so we are done. We collect 1 gold per trained family. That is 3. We have 3 trained families. I don't know if that's good, bad, or otherwise. We don't have to draw any pollution. We're going to get no new trees. We really want to get like this is what we want to focus on next here. Getting some more of these wild animals out so we can gain some kind of tree income, you know? But we do gain 3 fruit. And put those out. That does get us 1 additional bat. Which we can put down here. And then all these fruit bats from our other card come home. We are... Ooh, do we have enough space? Yes, we do. We have just enough space for bats. Only because we've placed some of these other ones out. But there's just enough space. And then breeding. So we get an extra family. Oh, wait, we feed first. Sorry, my mistake. So we have 5 food. Our need is 5, and we produce 4 milk. So we need only 1 extra, and we are going to pay the gold for it because we want to gain trees by sending these bats out, for sure. So our food is covered now, and then we get to gain a family. We'll put them over here on this farmstead. We also get to gain a fruit bat, right? We have at least 3 families, so we gain 1. We have at least 6 fruit bats, so we gain a fruit bat. We only have 1 valid place to put it, so that's the most we could have anyway. And if we have at least 2 wild boars, we can gain 1. Oh, but we don't have room for them anywhere. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Maybe we don't take the fruit bat and we instead take this guy. I think this guy's more important. Let's do that. Because I believe we're allowed to choose. It's an important thing. I should find out, actually. Well, we can resolve them in any order, so that's fine. Okay, so we are into the next round, which we actually take the workers back. So we're going to take these red workers off the board because we're going to need them for our next round. And we're like moving. We're halfway at the halfway point of the game. We play 7 rounds. We're on round 4. So let's see how this goes. Not sure. Still don't know what the hell I'm doing at all. Okay, we need more space. Period. We don't have enough space for bats. At the end of the game, we get points for, we take the number of bats we have and subtract 10. Any additional ones are worth 1 point each, right? So if we have 20 bats, we get 10 points. If we have 25, we get 15, right? So finding some more space for bats would be cool. We do have an untrained family, which we can train. There's a couple different ways we can do it. We don't have a lot of nature spots, so these actions are still not very useful to us. But I mean, they're not horrible, right? And if we have at least 4 terrain cards, we gain some stuff. So maybe this would work out okay. I guess we've only added 2 terrain cards. These 2. So we would need to take 2 terrain cards for these to be viable, which that gets us a lot of space for trees, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know. All right, this, interestingly, this little guy here, just this one, lets us hold additional, we can have bats present on the trees. So that could be okay. That would give us a lot of additional bat storage, as it were. We do need more spots for goats if we want to gain the goat from this. If we have at least 3, we get an additional one for free. We want to take advantage of that breeding phase. Free goats, free families. This is making me feel really, really bad to say, to put to words, but whatever. Also, I have to fix something really quick because the Stream Deck's doing an annoying thing. This happens sometimes when I don't minimize a window off camera. So I will be right back. All right, we are back. Oh, I don't know what that sound was in the song, but I could like feel it in my teeth. It was not fabulous. That one, it sounds like a dental drill like firing up. Ugh. Okay. I don't really want a forest that just is a huge forest. I need more space to store all of the things. But everything down here costs lots of money. I mean, we could get another farmstead, which gives us more goat space. It solves that problem for us. And only costs us 1 tree. It's only 2 gold. This would be better, but we would need 4 gold. And there's not a great way for us to get, you know, a lot of gold right now on the board. Our families will do it. It's tempting to get more families out, but I don't know about that. I wish we also had a way to store more wild animals. Like, that's the thing we said we wanted to work on. That gets us more trees. We can feed them. We can use them for meat, you know? Get another goat. Well, we will get another goat from the breeding phase because we have at least 3. We only get 1 maximum from that phase. We have 4 currently, so we will get an additional one, no matter what, as long as we have space for it, which we don't currently have. We are extremely short on space, which is a problem for us. So let's just solve the space constraints and hope that it magically works out later, somehow. Maybe. We can't move things off of here, which is sucky. They're kind of stuck where they're at. But let's do this. We'll go here. We'll get this forest, because this one has this special icon at the top. So trees can store either fruit or bats. And that means that we could return our bats from their flying pooping expedition to trees that are on this tile, and that frees up space for more things over here. So we're going to send 3 of these bats away and pay a fruit, and we gain a tree. We're going to put down here, and then wait, we're not going to send these 3 bats away though. Wait, yes we are. That's fine. It's just fine to send those 3. Okay, and then we're going to go up here, and we're going to get this other forest tile. This one gets us another wild animal, and it gives us a variety of spaces. I can put these anywhere, by the way. I'm just putting them here for no particularly good reason. It only matters for pollution, and we're doing really well on pollution, so it's not going to matter too much for us. I can also send out more bats. More bats. Send more bats. I can send these bats with some fruit and get another tree. And then for my final action, do I need gold? I don't have enough families to flip, so I want this one. I'm going to take this action over here. So this one shows us that we get gold equal to our number of tiles that show a nature symbol, of which we have 3. So we're going to get 3 gold, and then if we have at least 4 terrain tiles, which we do, we get to flip over a family to the trained side. So we will gain 3 gold, and then we will flip this one family over to the trained side. So now we're going to get 4 gold of income, no pollution. We're living the dream. I'm going to make sure that that's actually how that works, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. It all worked out. Okay, and then with that action, we can also send our fruit bats out again. Right? We can send them out with our last remaining piece of fruit to gain another tree. We'll put down there. We got lots of room for trees. And our family won't eat our bats. Only untrained families eat bats. So we can't feed these bats to our families, and we don't want to. We like the fruit bat. We love the bat. Okay, so that's all 3 of our actions. We get 1 gold per trained family. That is 4 gold. I'll take a 5 and put 1 back. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 trained families. We get new trees. We get 1 additional tree. Which comes from right here. If there are no trees on the line, we don't get any. So we have more space for trees than we can actually plant trees. So we definitely don't need to emphasize getting additional trees at any point going forward. But we'll figure that out. We then get 4 fruit. And we do this in order so that as we take these off, we do top to bottom. So as we gain this fruit, we'll collect the reward for having uncovered it. And we want to keep this fruit up here so that we can use this as additional bat storage, because we're shy on bat storage a little bit. And bats on this one can live in these trees. And then we gain 1 bat. So we'll put that guy down here. All of our fruit bats come back. Let's put them on like their assigned spaces first, where nothing other than a fruit bat could go. And then we'll see where that leaves us. We're in like good shape here, actually. We got lots of room. Plenty of room. And now we have 7 food. We produce 4 milk, so we need 3 additional food. We could just pay gold for it. Right now we have 9 gold. 9 gold would give us enough to buy one of these buildings, but not enough to buy one of these. I don't know that a town's actually better. It gives us lots of living space, but that's kind of all it gives us. Maybe a village is better anyway. It's worth more points though. And also, we have to destroy an obscene number of trees. 5 trees for a village. We don't have a spare 5 trees. That means we'll lose fruit and things like that too. So we could safely spend 2 gold for 2 of the 3 food we need. And then we could spend a fruit. We've covered our 4 food, and we're not losing anything. So that's cool. Cool. Breeding phase. If we have at least 2 families, we get another family. We do. If we have at least 10 fruit bats, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, we get another fruit bat. Let's put him down here. Actually, let's put him over here, because then he doesn't have to be in a tree, and we might need those trees. We don't want to lose that bat for nothing. And if we have at least 3 goats, we get another goat. And we do not have a lot of goat storage, but we can fit him on the blank tile over here. So that works out okay. And it's on to the next round. So this is going to slide over. We need the yellow workers this turn. And importantly, in round 6, there's an opportunity to gain a family and then train them immediately. That only happened in round 1. So that might be useful, might not. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to put out a couple tiles here. We can't take them for a while, though. So that's a thing. This would actually be pretty good for us. Gives us a variety of storage. We want more of these. We want more boars, generally. But we also need more room for our family. So we're going to build a village, I think. So that's going to cost us 7 gold and 5 trees. Oof. That's a big oof, I think. I want to know the significance of the other like color down there. Why? Why is it a weird color? These are different colors. It's strange. The gold specifically. I think it's just because it costs you more. And you just, if you get there late, like an opportunity cost. Imagine that. What a weird thing. Doesn't really say anywhere.
Everything will be okay.
Move. Oh, it just costs 1 more gold. It just costs more. That's it. And they use a different color just to screw with me. Hey, Legends, welcome in. How are you? Have you played this game before? I feel like the answer is yes. It's always yes. Well, maybe not always. But it's very regularly yes. Okay, let's build a village. Let's go here. Spend all of our hard-earned money. So we have more room for families. It also gets us points. We have to get rid of 5 trees, though. 1, 2, 3. I killed that bat. We will resurrect him, though. And we're going to send out our fruit bats here to go and seed some space. Pay that fruit. We'll gain a tree back. Now, we have another untrained family. There is an achievement. I saw it on the back. We should try and finish with no pollution. We've made it through 5 or 4 rounds with no pollution. Surely we can get another 3 more rounds. That means we just have to always train our families. Which is doable. It's doable. So, if we wanted to do that, we would go here. We would get another wild animal, which we're going to put down here. And a tree, which is always good. We like trees. And we get to train a family, so we'll train these guys up. And then we can send out our fruit bats to get us another tree. We're getting all these trees back real fast. I'm liking it. And then what's our final action going to be? I actually have no idea in this game how we score points other than like the face value of tiles and some number of points from here. And like otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing really. I suppose I should figure that out. I've not played this game. Do you like Rosenberg games? Fields of Arle, Agricola, Caverna, etc. All right, let's see how we get points at the end. We get points for each gold. The face values of all the cards in our tableau are points on here, which is generally not very much. Probably 30 or something, or less. Trained families are each a bonus point. Fruit bats, it's whatever you have minus 10. And then you lose points for missing food. Our goal is to score 120 points. I don't feel like that's happening for us. That feels like impossible. But building these things is like feeling like the primary way that we would get additional ones. Mostly just because they're actually worth sizable amounts of points. But that means we need more gold. Lots more gold. Because we need like 10 gold to get these guys. And lots of trees. So we're continuing Operation Plant Trees via Bat, I think is a good thing to do. We're not going to have 7 families in order to get an extra family this turn. I don't think there's any practical way to do that at all. And I think what we should probably do is go acquire that plains tile, because it just gives us a little bit more space. It gives us more nature bonuses. This is our other practical way of getting gold. It's where the point, whatever, just kind of takes the heat off overall. And we get a tree with some fruit on it. I don't know if that's really worth it, but it's what we're going to do. We're going to go get this plains tile. We get a fruit and a tree. Which we're actually just going to put over here in the forest, because we can. And we can send out our fruit bats again. With some more fruit. And get another tree. We like trees. Trees good. We need to grow trees to build a village or a town. Hey, Sammy. Who wants to be thrown into a river when I could have layers of crusty blood on my boots? I feel like that was from playing King of the Castle. I think I was always thrown into the river in that game, every single time. Welcome in. We're trying to save the earth and repopulate, reseed areas by spreading seeds via fruit bat in exactly the method you would think. So, okay, we took our fruit bat action. That was our third action for the game, or for the round rather. So now it is time for income. We have 5 trained families. We get 5 gold. Pretty sweet. We also gain 1 additional tree, which is new. We haven't been able to do that before. We then gain 4 fruit, which is the threshold for us to be able to gain gain 2 fruit bats instead of 1. Living the dream. We're gonna let them sleep in these trees down here because they can. Now we need to have, we have to feed our families 9 food. We have 5 food from goats. So we need to come up with 4 food. We are not going to spend gold for it anymore. We've been doing that a lot this game, but we don't want to continue that because we want to build towns. We need gold for towns. Doing a work lurk. I didn't even read that part of the message, but appreciate that so much. Thank you. Lurkers. I spend a lot of time lurking on Twitch, trying to support people that I appreciate, and it's nice to see it reciprocated as well. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we don't need this additional fruit. We really only need 3 fruit each round. So, you know what? I need to put all these bats back before we feed, too. Not that it makes a difference, but we'll just get them out anyway. And then we'll pay... Oh, wait, I can put them in the huts. What am I doing? We have lots of space now. I love it. It's good. It's great. Okay, we're paying 2 fruit for food. And then we got... I'm sorry, sweet piggy. We need that additional food. That's our 4 food that we need. 2 from fruit, 1 from the wild animal. And now, if we have at least 7 families, we get an additional 1. We do not. Do we have at least 2 wild animals? We do. This guy gets reincarnated or something. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it too much. And then we have at least 2 goats. So we get a goat. We can go down here in the plains. We can only have 7 goats, and we have 6. So we got that pretty well offset. Feels pretty good. So we're going to move this over. It's round 6. We get the blue workers back. So all these actions over here are available again, which is nice. 2 more rounds, and then we get to see how badly I flubbed this. This is one of the rare cards in the game where we can actually just store fruit without trees. But our fruit storage isn't really the issue. I think actually storage is pretty fine now. The biggest problem we have is we want to get some more families and train them up and get a town. Of course, this action that I told you guys about in advance, the one where we can both gain a family and then immediately train them, I have cleverly blocked last turn, so we will not be doing that. But we can take this action over here where we train families equal to our nature value. So our nature value is currently 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can train up to 4 families. And then we gain a gold if we have at least 4 tiles, which we do. So the question is, can we get a bunch of families this turn in some reasonable way and then just train them up? We have space for 3 more, and we will get 1 for free at the end of the round. So we probably only want to get 2 more. We could pay gold for it, but we could also just spend these 2 actions over here. We'd be maxed out on goats. We would literally have all the goats in the game. Let's do that. We're gonna go here. We get a family. And we get a goat. We can send out our fruit bats with a fruit to gain us a tree. This is going to be the last 3 trees we can get. There are no remaining trees to be found. You know what? I'm putting this tree over here. That farmstead needs a tree. We can go down here and we can get another family. And this time we get a tree and a fruit. In fact, we won't need to send all our bats out because we will be already there. So let's put this in this village. That'll feel good. This village needs some trees with fruit, and we'll send out our bats with a fruit, which will gain us a tree. We now have all the trees in the game. And then our final action, we will go here, and we can train up to 4 families. We'll train these 2. 1, 2. And we get a gold. We're not going to send out any more bats because there's no more trees to gain. And I think that feels pretty okay. That feels pretty okay. You could say we were all goated now. I'm definitely not doing that. But you could. Good. All right, so income. 1 gold per trained family member. We have 7 now. So we get big boy gold income, which is good because we're going to spend it for points. And it's worth points anyway, even if we don't spend it. So that's cool. So then we're going to gain a tree, but there are none. So that's no big deal. We're going to gain 6 fruit, though, which is all of the fruit. This is like a good sign. This feels okay. This feels like we're managing things sort of okay. We have all the fruit in the game. That means we get 3 more fruit bats. And we even have space for them. We've made this lovely pollution-free fruit bat colony. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing here. We're living the dream. Now, we need to come up with 13 food for our families. And we can only feed, we only get 7 of that from goat's milk. So we need 6 food from other sources. So gold is points. We want to keep our gold. We also get points from up here, but not as many. Bats are also points to us now, so we definitely don't want to do that. We can't really feed them anyway. So we can get an extra goat back this round, and we're maxed out on them anyway. So why don't we feed them a goat? So that gets us 3 of the food that we need. And then we need 3 more somehow. It could be a second goat and we just plan to pick up a goat somewhere somehow next turn. That's possible. Let's just do that. You know what? Goats have been good to us. All right, we fed. Now we can breed. Do we have at least 6 families? We do. So we get one for free. Can go in the last spot that we have for a family. We have at least 3 wild animals, so we can get another of those as well. I forgot to move all these bats back, which is unfortunate. I hope we have space for them. Yes, we do. We have plenty of space, in fact. And we get a goat. Thank you, goat. We appreciate you. All right, we don't put out any new terrain cards because we didn't grab any. But we get our workers back, and this round we are using the red workers. It's our last round of the game. So, we want to achieve our pollution-free dream. Look at this. Look at this. We don't have any pollution. Nothing. This is glorious. We got all these trained families with bats that they love. The only exception is this guy down here. This guy down here. So we got to train this family up. And we want to make sure that we get that other goat. I feel like that feels arbitrarily, nice and useful to me. And we want to probably build that city the town we were talking about. Let's take a look at what else happens at the end of the game. Make sure there's nothing else spicy we're missing. The game ends after step 5. So, yeah, so we do breeding and then the game ends. So we will get some extra points from that final family that we can get. Oh, do we have 12 families? No, we do not. That is wild. We are not hitting that goal, that's for sure. We get quite a bit of points from families, but they are obviously hard to sustain, right? So, also, an unfortunate thing is that if we build this town, when we build it, we have to cut down all the trees. And if they have fruit on them, the fruit goes away. We don't get anything for it. There's no compensation or anything. So that kind of sucks, because we got all this fruit here and we like it, and we can't even use it to send out our bats because we got all the trees on the board. Maybe this is why this would have been useful for us, I guess. That I scoffed at the fruit storage without trees, and maybe that was a mistake. Whoops. But yeah, at the end of the game, we are going to earn points for gold, point values on our cards, the supply board, how many trained families we have, and fruit bats. And that's it. So, we don't get anything for having fruit, but we do get 3 points for having all of it off the board. So, I'm not actually sure that building a town is worth it. We'd have to get rid of 7 trees. That's going to cost us, you know, several points worth of fruit. Or a point worth, I guess. And 10 points worth of gold to get. I guess we need space for that. No, we won't get the family anyway. How are we gonna min-max here? What's our best way to get points? I don't think building a town's actually it. I think we just keep our gold and our love of nature and call it a day. And we want to find a way to getting additional families out would be worth points, and we do have to flip this one, but we don't have space for a family. Maybe we buy one of the cheaper settlements so that we gain the space, but the you know, we're not spending so much to get it. It gives us an opportunity to put the trees back and then send our bats out too. Let's do that. Let's do that. So here, we're gonna build a settlement. A settlement's gonna cost us 4 gold instead of 10. We're gonna put this settlement down here, right at the bottom where you guys can hardly see it. This gives us 2 more spots for things. Now we need 3 trees for that as well. We have 3 trees that are vacant. They don't have... one of them killed somebody, but anyways, they're not in the way. And then we can now send out the bats, which sounds like I'm, you know, trying to do something awful. Hunt somebody down or something. And pay a fruit to get the tree back, right? We can put it in the middle of our new settlement. The bats helped us. We're happy. Everyone's good. We can do that on our final 2 actions, and we'll get all the trees back off the board onto here, and then we'll gain enough fruit that the fruit row will be clear as well, and we'll be really happy. So what's left is we got to train this guy, because otherwise we gain in pollution, and that's going to hurt our soul. We also don't get any breeding other than for families, which we're not going to get. So we can forget about that entirely. We don't need trees, so we should just look for points. Let's take this action. We can flip this family to its trained side and release the bats. Release the bats to gain another tree. And we also can gain 2 bats. That's 2 points. We're back to living some kind of dream, you know? And then finally, we could just go get a wild animal, gold, and bats. I don't know what else we can do. That's worth essentially 3 points to us. I don't know if we have space for all the bats. We probably do, because we have a lot of room on the board. What else could we do? We could build another farmstead or something. I don't want to destroy trees. I like the trees. We don't need to flip over any more things. We could just take one of these. They're worth points as well. Or we could just gain gold. In fact, instead of doing this action, that's probably what we should have done, because it also lets us train people. But we get gold equal to our nature score, which is currently 4. So we get 4 gold. Like 4 points worth of gold. It's not terrible. Will I have enough space for all the bats? Surely I will. Famous last words, though. I should have been taking fruit off of these trees down here. Okay, let's just try. Let's just make sure we have enough space. We'll play safe. No, we won't. We'll go here and take the 4 gold. Wait, what am I doing? Did I return that? No, I didn't. I cheated. Anyway, okay. Take the 4 gold. We'll be happy. We'll send out the bats. Release the bats again. Because we can. Hey, another fruit. Whoopsie doodles. Get that last tree down here. And then we're done our actions. So we collect 1 gold per trained family. We have 3, 6, 8. We get a tree from our wild animals, but we don't have any more trees left. We do get 6 fruit, which is all the remaining fruit, which we are going to try and disperse onto trees that are not down here, so we have enough bat storage for sure. All of our fruit bats come back. Most of them can stay with our trained families here, which seems a little weird, but they like bats. That's cool. I'm happy for them. And then we have to pay our food. So we have 15 food demand, and we get 6. So we need to come up with 9 food. Goats are the best food source, but they are they also worth points or not? Let's see. We can min-max here, make sure we get this just right. Yeah, each goat is worth a point. Whereas we can only get at most 2 points from wild animals. So I'm sorry, wild animals, your time has come. We need to get 9 food, and that means the wild animals must go. We'll get rid of 5 wild animals for a total of 10. We do not get any change. That's okay. And then we don't have 12 families. So we do not breed, but we do final scoring. So let's see how we did. You know some real famous last words? I don't want to know. I don't want to know, Gecko. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. And if this is a story about somebody only having 3 armor, we're no longer friends. All right. So gold. We get 5, 10, 15, 21 points from gold. We then get the face value from all of our settlements. So we have -1. Oof. So we get a total of 8, 11, 12, 21, 22, 28. We then score from our track up here. So we earn 6 points. We earn no points from wild animals, but we get 6 from fruit. 6 from trees, 3 from fruit, that's 9, 15 from families, so 24, and then 6 from goats, 30. I said it would be about 30, and we hit it right on the nose. Each trained family gets us a bonus point. We have 8 of those. And then we count up our total number of fruit bats and subtract 10. We get that many points. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 fruit bats. We get 9 points. And then there's whatever points we lost from failing to feed our family over the course of the game. So let's see what our total is here. We got 49, 79, 87, 96 points, which is a loss. So right on brand. Absolutely on brand. Our goal in this solo game, I believe, is 120 points. Your goal is to score at least 120 points. We got 96. And there's an achievement on the back that I tried to... Oh my god, okay. So let's look at the solo challenges here. Not that we're good enough. It's a disaster indeed. Not that it's... I only need to do 3 damage. Gecko, get out of here. Not that it's enough like, not that we won and should have any business trying to complete a challenge, but the challenges include provide shelter to as many fruit bats as possible, finish the game with at least 40 fruit bats and 100 points. We had 19, and that felt like a lot. I don't even know how you get anywhere close to that. Build 3 towns, all 13 families, and at least 100 points. Nope. Build one of every location while amassing as much gold as possible. So basically all of these. We're kind of close to this one, actually. Except for the, 100 points thing. Remove all terrain cards from play and then finish the game with at least 90 points. If you didn't play with these, wow, I suck at this game, apparently. How would you even do that? That feels impossible. Yeah, so these are just ways to make it harder. We almost did this achievement. No pollution. Finish the game without a single pollution marker and at least 100 points. We have no pollution, but we got 96. Oof. All right, well, that sucks. It's funny because that felt like pretty good. And I feel like overall, like I got to try this again because I don't know where I left points on the table here. Like, it's not like I'm saying I played perfectly or something. Obviously, far from it. But short of building more towns and villages, which I didn't do, I don't know where else you get a ton of points. Like we had to come up with like another 24 points. That would have been, 2 of the biggest building here. And then if we had built that like costs us 20 points in gold. So we would have actually, like, it would have been a net gain, but it wouldn't be a net gain of 20. It would have been a net gain of like 6 or something. So like, I don't even know where we look for those points. So that was a butt kicking. We came up way short, and we're gonna have to try again. No, sorry, I don't think you would want me to leave anyways. You're right, I don't. How would you ever be able to have the land to support all the animals and trees? Get a goat earlier in the game. I did get a goat pretty early. I mean, I think that was one mistake, maybe. Like, for sure, paying gold early, like, there's some high opportunity cost there, because we do need gold to get the villages and so on, and we were very constrained with where we could place things. But I felt like we collected almost all of the bonuses from breeding, which is like, I think, we missed like 1 or 2 out of 20, or out of 15, I guess. So I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to give this one another try because I'm surprised and disappointed that we got our butts kicked that badly. We came up so short because that felt so good. I think the obvious thing here is we need to embrace the pollution. We need to let the pollution happen and just hope that it works out. The way the pollution works, for the record, I mean, I guess, yeah, we spend a lot of actions training these people. If these guys were untrained, for each untrained worker at the end of the game, or the end of the round rather, so you've got them flipped to their untrained side, you cannot store a bat there, and you draw one of these tokens, and almost all of them have 0 or 1 gold on them. But then you have to place this token. You start at the top left square, and you go like you would put this here, and the next one you gain would go on this one here, and the next one you would gain would go here. So if we end up with 3 pollution, like if I had to place 2 right now, I would gain 1 gold for those 2. This would go here, and then this would go here, and this bat would be eliminated. Okay, and these spots can never become available again, right? So I earned some amount of gold. It probably averages out to less than 1. Like, it's worse than a trained family. They can't store bats, and it ruins the map permanently. So I feel like, yeah, I could have saved some actions on training maybe, but there's some high consequences for that. You know, the costs are huge. Man, Cosmic Beat, I love that huge it's a disaster mode. That totally works. It makes it so much more legible. You talked about getting a goat and then got distracted and moved on to something else. You're right. That was in round 1. I did get it in round 2 though. So it wasn't like hugely delayed, you know? I don't know. Anyways, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a brief break just for a couple minutes here, grab a quick snack, and then I'm going to set this up and try this again, because I would like to, surely we have to at least score, you know, we got to win once, and we were way short. So let's try again here, and I will see you guys back here in just a couple minutes. All right, friends, welcome back. I don't know how I got my butt kicked so bad. I think we're gonna try like the opposite of what we tried this time. I went for the pollution-free build. We're just gonna let the pollution happen and see how that goes. It feels like there's a lot of consequences and we'll do worse. Honestly, I don't know. It's like, you know, we hit most of the bonuses. We scored almost all the points that we can get from having resources on our board. And despite that, we failed. I say we, I'm trying to include you guys so I feel less badly. I made all the decisions unilaterally with no input and am wholly responsible for them, but yet I say we failed. Anyways, I'm going to set this back up. We're going to try again, and we're going to do better. How are we going to do better? I don't know. The only thing I can think of is allowing there to be a little bit more pollution. And perhaps, you know, there was a number of actions on the board over here that we didn't do. Maybe we gotta take a look at more of those. It's interesting because, you know, like the families, we can get more families out on the board. And getting more families out ultimately gets us more points at the end of the game. But having them on the board, unless they're trained, like it gets us more gold income, I guess. But that's all it gets us. Maybe that's where we went wrong. We needed to just get more families earlier and tolerate the pollution in order to get gold income. We're going to take the Martina strategy. When we play something like Stone Age or Agricola or whatever, Martina is all over growing the family. You read into that whatever you like. But the point is, that's what we're going to try this time. More families, and there will be more pollution, and we will just suffer the consequences. We'll find a way to make that work if we can. So we start with a village. I guess these other things, this village, this farmstead, this settlement, they go back. And these get shuffled in again. So we'll just reset this up. The Martina strategy. I thought it's a Tom Vassal strategy, just make a lot of babies. Well, I mean, I don't think that that's like a, you know, incredible insight maybe, but just turns out that that's what Martina does every time. It's just the way it goes. Give these a quick shuffle. What other power-ups are there? You don't have to redeem them or anything, but there's Gigantify and Emote. Remind me what the other ones are. We also shuffle these up. I don't know that... I feel like there's a couple times where what I wanted to do was blocked, but I'm not clever enough to know. That was a thing. All right. So I think we're all set up here. We got our village back. I don't think we start with anything else, but I'm going to check real quick. Yeah, we don't get any compensation because we just go first. Oh, we are supposed to have one family out. That's right. One untrained family. Okay. We're good to go. So, let's try it. Let's do it. Let's just... let's... We tried the pollution-free poop strategy. It didn't work. We're going to try the make a lot of babies and see what happens strategy. Message effect and on-screen celebration. I don't even know what those mean. Message effects. Oh, it's like in chat. I see. Okay. On-screen celebration. Select an emote to unleash onto the stream. Okay. Interesting. What if I need to... It's a Rosenberg game, so you need to feed those babies. We do. So as we get these villages, these, like, we basically have, you know, we have a set amount of food we need to get. That's how many points we'll earn also. And then we can offset that with goats, because the goats produce milk. So we probably, it's the babies and goats strategy. We'll still need other food. How the hell are we going to do that? I don't know. You know, it's like, oh, well, we'll just get wild animals and then slaughter them for food. That would work, but then we're doing the babies, goats, wild animals strategy in a game about fruit bats, which seems like we're ignoring the fruit bats. So, not sure about how that's going to work. But you know what? We'll just figure it out. Somehow. So, for sure, what we're doing is going here, and we're gaining a... This is the lucrative gain a family and train a family spot. So we're going to do that. And we're going to need some space here eventually. We know that that's going to become an issue. So what is the breeding? As long as we have at least 2 families, 1 bat and 1 boar. I'm just going to call them boars. Wild animals feels weird. So we can get a bat and a boar from this spot along with 2 trees. And we could also get a family and a goat. Now the thing is, if we take another family, we don't get the bonus from that family. I don't know that we can realistically set ourselves up to get like a 4th family or something in the first turn. So maybe let's focus on the other things. Let's try and find, where do we have high goat potential? We can get goats here. I always struggle with feeding. Go, take some rocks and wood. There you go. Yeah, there's no pizza spot, unfortunately. That's a real shame. But yeah, that's the thing. Like Martina, Stone Age, she loves to just be like, here, villagers, eat the sticks. You'll be fine, I swear. They're fibrous. Okay, so we could get a bat, 2 gold, and 2 goats. But I don't think we want to do that because we want to get a wild animal. We're gonna lean into getting some more wild animals, some more boars. I did it again. I'm already calling them wild animals. So that we can get more like we can feed them, right? So we don't have very much space for them. This reserve is minus 2 points, but is very lucrative in terms of gaining boar. But I don't want to mess this up and not end up with a goat again. So we're going to try and get a round 1 goat. We're going to get all the bonuses. We're going to go here. We get 2 trees. We don't have space for 2 trees. That seems wasteful. Gah! We just need like 1 extra action in the first round, and then life would be good. Life would be really good. Okay, we're gonna go for boar. We're gonna figure goats out later. We don't get a bonus goat this round, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna take this reserve. Okay. And we're going to also gain a tree with a fruit on it. And we're going to be happy about that. And then we're going to go here. We're going to get 2 trees now that we have space for them. This is going to give us some fruit that we can feed our family with too. And it gets us a bat, which means we're going to get an extra bat. And it gets us a boar, which means we're going to get an extra boar, and we have space for that. And we're just going to forget the goat. Forget the goat. Babies, boars, and I need a B word for pollution. I don't know what it is. Babies, boars, and I don't know, like whatever. You never feed them sticks. Yeah, sure you don't. Babies, boars, and oil spills. I don't know. Okay. Rightly or wrongly, this is what we are doing. This is what we've tried. We're gonna see how it goes. So we get 1 gold per trained family for each oh, you know what? I'm not gonna be dumb. I'm gonna put this over here because we got that bat after we got the thing, and it's gonna get polluted. You can't move them, but we're gonna like retcon that because I could have easily done it. We want 2 gold on this tile. We got 1. And the pollution goes here forever. It never goes away. Sucks to suck. We get no new trees. We do get 2 fruit though, which is cool. And we do gain a bat. And that feels okay. We then have to feed our family. We need 3 food. We do not have that goat. We could feed them fruit. We don't have enough bats to send out to get trees. So we could just feed them fruit and maintain everything we have right now. Three fruit is 3 food. We're good to go. Now the old Rosenberg breeding phase. So we get a family. We get a bat because we have at least 1. And we get a boar because we have at least 1. This is looking good. It's looking good. We just won't talk about that pollution thing. Still need a B word for pollution. Come on, guys. Help me out here. I don't know what it should be. All right. So this goes here. We slide this over. These 2 spots are totally blocked. We get the yellow workers for round 2. So we're gonna, we want 5 bats, 1 goat, and 4 boar. If we want to get extra stuff from the breeding phase. Which is going to be really hard to accomplish with the space we have now. But it's not impossible. The biggest thing we're lacking is space for bats and families. So, can we build like a farmstead? We have gold. We have a little bit of wood. That gives us bat storage, goat storage, a little family storage. It's cool. We do have enough trees that we could get a settlement, which gives us a little bit more space for families, but no bat storage, which is probably makes it a we can't do it. Let's see here. Do we have the bandwidth? We could get a forest. We could get a settlement. That gives us room for both of those things. And then we still need to gain at least a goat. I don't think we can do that. Because we can get 2 goats for a gold. Okay, we'll focus on growing with the settlement. We can't get the settlement yet. We need bat storage. So let's get a farmstead. Blech. Bats, babies, and blech. I like that. That's our strategy. Or wait, boar, babies, and blech. That's what it was. All right, let's do it. So let's get a farmstead. We're going to pay gold and a tree. This tree. See you later, tree. We're going to build this farmstead. It's going to go over here. It will be the first spot to get polluted. We would currently have to add 2 pollution unless we train a family. Now, if we had a fruit, we could send our bats out to give us another tree. But we don't have one currently. We can get one in a goat right here. That's an option. It's an option. We currently need 5 food. Each goat provides us only 1. So we also want to get these 2 boars because we got space for it, and we can use this blank space for another boar. So we want to probably get this and a goat and then get our boar here. We won't have enough bats to get a free bat, but we will have enough boar to get a free boar. We feed before we breed. That sounds really wrong to say. But that's a problem because we won't actually will have enough food to feed people. It sounds like a problem for later. Let's just try this and see if we can improvise a way to feed our families. We could get a boar here too. But we want that goat. We want that goat. Okay. We get a tree and a fruit. And a goat. If we keep that fruit instead of sending the bats out to get us another tree, which we don't desperately need another tree right this second, then that's one of our food. So maybe let's just keep that fruit. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to get our 2 boar. They're going to go over here. Oh yeah, our bat's going to die. That's going to suck. If we send him away, he doesn't die because we can put him somewhere else. But we need to keep these 4 boar to get our thing. How are we going to have 4 boar? How are we going to do it? How are we going to feed our family? We have 5 food. We get 1 from milk, so we need 4 food. There's no way we can do. We can kill our goat. That's 3. And we can pay our gold. That's 4. All right, let's do it. Let's send the bats away. We're saving a bat's life and killing our only goat. Ah, but then we don't breed our goat. I suck at this game. It's just not working. For goodness sakes, someone add that as a quote. Please, please don't. I would really rather you didn't. I actually would rather you did, but you know, I don't remember the command. Quote add. There might be a space. There might not be. There might not be. I can't remember. I think you have to be a mod to do it. Where's trombone? Indeed, Martina could do it, but she'd have to try. I think it's exclamation quote space add. But it might be quote add one word. It's probably quote add one word. And then whatever you put in. Okay. The bat's just going to die to pollution. That's just the way it's going to be. I'm sorry, bat sucks to suck. And we're going to eat the other 2 bats. Does that get us enough? We'll feed 1 orange. We'll eat 2 bats. Nom nom nom. That's 3. We'll pay 1 gold. That's 4. We can do it. Boars, babies, and bleh. Okay, so collect 1 gold per trained family. We get 1 gold. We draw 1 pollution marker per untrained family. We have 2. We got 1 gold. That sucks. We put 1 over here, and this one goes here. This bat dies. Sorry, buddy, you're dead. We get new trees. We get a tree care of our boars. We get 2 fruit. I forgot about the fruit income. We can use that instead of killing the bats. And we gain a bat. We don't have a lot of bat storage space. Now we need 4 food. We have a requirement of 5 and we get 1 from our goat. So I want to keep the gold if at all possible. I also want to keep the bats. I mean, we're not going to have enough bats to breed anyway. But surely we need to keep some of them. This is hard. I don't want to spend my money. I don't want to spend any of these resources. We have exactly the right number of bats that we can send them out to get stuff, which would be nice. A tree, and then there's more space for bats. We're gonna try eating the bats. I'm sorry, we're eating 2 bats. You know what? We're gonna eat that one instead. Yum 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 yum. Delicious bats. I'm sorry, bats. I feel badly. I didn't want to do it. And we're gonna eat 2 fruit. There's our 4 food. All right, we breed. We gain a goat. And we don't breed bats because we ate them, but we get a boar, which has to live up here. We have no more space for boar. Yeah, I think, Risto, it's set up so only a mod can do it. So Martina would have to be the one to try, and she doesn't like the quote that much. So, unlucky. All right. If we have at least 3 families, which we do, we get a free family. Perfect. If we have at least 6 bats, unlikely. 2 boar, which means we can use the boar as food. Up to 3, which is nice, because that's what we're going to do. Because we don't have a lot of space anyway. But the breeding does happen. No, the feeding happens first. So yeah, we got this. We got this. Okay, so we have 3 gold. We also have some free trees. So we could, if we get some other gold elsewhere, we could build a settlement this turn, which gives us more room for families. We do have room for 1 family, but we want to be adding families actively, right? We really want to be doing that. And the only way for us to get things here that aren't in the solo game, if we don't flip out cards that we need, we just don't get them, because there's no way, like normally those turn over, they get discarded, but it doesn't happen in the solo game. So we just have to kind of run with it. Now, none of those give us additional boar storage, but we're kind of shy on bat storage mostly right now. So let's get a forest. And we're going to put it here because we know it's going to get polluted. And we don't have enough bats to send it out to get stuff. But that's okay. Okay, we have room for stuff. One pollution marker will go here. We want to train a family this time, probably. So we can train here. We can get an additional goat. That's always good. We like that. We don't have quite enough money, which sucks. Oh, we do have 3 of these icons, of these nature icons. So we could train up to 3 guys here. So maybe what we need to do is add a family, and then we can train all 3 of them. But we don't have enough space. God. Then we lose our bonus family, essentially. But they would all be trained and we wouldn't add pollution. Pollution sucks because it takes off one of our boar spots as well. Like, quite quickly. It doesn't, it's really low tech, Risto. It doesn't say anything. It just, like, you know, works if you get it right. And I always forget what it is because Trombone's the only one who does it. These tiles suck for us. We don't need to store fruit on the ground, and we got all of those out. That is a shame. A real shame. So, how the hell are we going to do this? We can get more bats here, but we don't really need the bats. It does let us flip a thing, though. I think we just need to build more settlements, basically. So, we're 1 gold short. Whatever. We're just going to embrace the pollution. This boar is going to die, which makes me angry. I wish there was a way to use it. We're just going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it. We're going to see what happens. So, we need 1 gold, because we have the 3 wood we need, but we need 1 gold. So, we're going to take this action. That gets us a family and a gold. Then we can take this action, which spends our 4 gold and our 3 trees. And gets us a settlement, which means we have more space for another family now. That one. And we're just polluting the hell out of everything. And that's just the way it's gonna be. This will be fine. This will be fine. And we'll find a way to get 7 food. Boars. Boars, babies, and bleh. It'll be fine. So, income. 1 gold per trained family. And then we have to add 3 pollution. We get 2 gold from that. We put 1 here, and 1 here, and 1 here. So we don't actually lose anything because we added that extra settlement. We get our 2 gold. And then we can take this action next time and really train up those families and feel better. Okay, so we get a tree from our boar. We get 1 piece of fruit. Woo. It has to go in that tree. We're very tree poor. We got to figure that out. We really haven't been leveraging the bats to reseed anything. We're just polluting the hell out of the environment and hoping that it works out. We got a bat. We got enough bats and fruit to make it happen now. Okay. So we got to feed. We have 7 minus 2. We have to come up with 5 food. Boar. That's 3 food. No, that's 2 food. Other boar. That's 4 food. And then we don't need both pieces of fruit, so we'll use one of them. That's 5 food. Now, on to the good stuff. We breed. So we get another family. We do not have 6 bats because we're just giving up on the bats in a fruit bat game. Doesn't feel right, but it's true. And we get another boar. All right. We get these back. A actually maybe useful terrain piece came out for us, but it's the one that we can't take till next round. Or no, for 2 rounds. So that sucks. We will get an additional family. We only get bats if we have at least 10. We've completely forsaken the bats in a bat game. There's no way that this is going to work out and we're going to end up with more points. This is a disaster, but here we are. And if we have at least 3 goats, we get another goat. So we should get a goat because we got 2 and we got room for goats. We want to get some goats. We want to get some goats and some trees. Goats and trees. That's the name of the game this time. There is a goat and tree spot, but there's also a... Oh wait, we're gonna be at max family capacity. Getting enough trees to build space for families is like hard without bats, but if we get bats, we can't get the other things. Like, I don't feel like I'm min-maxing. I'm just, like, I always have the same sort of threshold. I'm not getting more done now. I'm getting, at most, the same amount done. But, you know, probably less. Okay, so. The one thing that we can do is we can get a boar and more space. We know we're going to need the space eventually. This orchard gives us points at least. It also gives us a nature symbol, which is going to let us train more families. Because I'm tired of adding pollution, I don't want to add more. So, we do that. We also get a boar. And we're going to put that boar down here, because then we have space for more boar, basically. We still need a goat. We'll get the goat later. We're going to send these 3 bats off with the 1 piece of fruit we have in order to gain a tree. Because we need trees. We can also always get trees, and I guess that's true. We can always draw from the deck and just get what we get. That's an option. I kind of forgot that that existed. But we know we need to train families here. It sucks because if we had 1 more card, we would gain a gold, but we also need a goat. We need a goat. We need a goat. All right. You could take a goat and a tree, which seems like the reasonable play. But that wasn't what we talked about. We talked about babies, boars, and blech. Or we could pay to get 2 goats. No. We're going to lean in. We're going to lean in and see what happens. We're getting... Oh, wait, but then we don't have space for the other baby. So it doesn't actually help us. Okay. Let's pay gold for 2 goats. And let's do this action so we can train all of our families. Because then we have bat storage. That solves the bat storage problem for us. And we stop adding pollution and we get more reliable gold income. All right. All right. Income. 5 gold. No pollution. We get a tree. We get 2 fruit. Now we need 5 food. We have 4 goats we need 5 food. So 2 boars, again, 2 boars. Actually, let's leave these boars here. Let's take these 2 boars. Then we can have more stuff. So 2 boars is 4, and a fruit, that's 5. And we didn't pay our lucrative gold. We're happy. Hey all, happy Father's Day. Hey, thanks. Welcome in. How you been? Haven't seen you in stream in a hot minute. Nice to see you, Rachel. I'm having a lovely Father's Day. I am getting my ass kicked by a game about fruit bats trying to, reseed Ghana by eating fruit and, seeding various areas on the return trip. I got thoroughly beat down by this game last time, and I've decided to forego actually trying to get fruit bats on this playthrough, and we're embracing babies, boars, and blech. It looks like it's going to fail harder than the last time did. So, happy Father's Day. Hope you guys are doing well. You were off grid this weekend camping. Love that premise. That sounds fun. It is fun. But it is kicking my ass. This is a game by Uwe Rosenberg, my favorite designer. Worker placement game. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Hope you and Jamie are well. How was your camping trip? All right. So we collected these things. I actually fed already, but I should have brought these bats back. It doesn't make a difference because we have room in our houses. And as we recall in this game, we feed before we breed. I regret saying that, but I did. And we get a family. We do not get any bats, but we do get a goat. Love that for us. Blech. Well, so in this game, you have villagers, and if you train the villagers to appreciate the native fruit bat, they can no longer eat the bats, and they no longer produce pollution. If you don't train them, like these guys down here are untrained, and that means every round they're going to go panning for gold in the river and produce some amount of pollution, which are these tiles, and they just sit there forever and can never be removed and take up precious space, which is hard to get. And Allison was the one who suggested the blech. I asked for a B word for pollution. So that's what we came up with. You can thank Allison for that one. Also, since you joined stream late, you probably didn't hear earlier. I was talking a little bit about how there's going to be some changes on stream coming up. Nothing wild in the near future, in the immediate future. But I'm going to be trying to, in September my contract ends. I'm going to be leaning into OpCost stuff full time, and I'm going to be doing some cool community work in the near future that I will have more to share about soon. But I will probably be I'll be reaching out to a number of folks for some help, even just bouncing some ideas off. So I probably will ask you for some of that, Rachel. Feel free to say no, but yeah, I'm really super excited about it. I've been doing some big thinking on, what do I want life to look like and all that sort of stuff. Who do I want to be when I grow up? And yeah, I got some big ideas that I'm gonna need some help executing on. Better ask Jamie, but he'll do what he can. Oh, listen, you could definitely help. All right. So, what the hell am I gonna do now? Babies, boar, and blech. Our boar plan has kind of got sidelined a little. We do not have a lot of boar. We can gain boar here, but that doesn't feel like a great action. It's like essentially 4 food for us. It might be time to transition into killing the goats. The goats give us 3 food instead of only 2. We also don't have any space for additional family members, which is problematic because we can make babies. If we gain one additional family member this turn, we will have 7. We'll meet the threshold there, and then we can get more. Now, the problem with that is we don't have space anywhere, and we only have 3 wood. So we'd be building another settlement or a farmstead. We really want to be getting into like villages and stuff now here. So maybe what we need to do is we're going to take this action here. We can put out 2 more trees. And then we can educate these friends of ours so that we can now, they will not pollute. And we can actually send our bats with this fruit so we can get an additional tree because we're going to need it. Okay. And with that done, we now have 7 gold and 7 wood available. So we don't have enough gold to get one of the towns. Is that worth doing? This gives us more boar space. I don't think we're going to hit that boar threshold ever again. We've been slaughtering them rampantly. We're never getting there. We need to add a family member at some point. We have a kind of a free spot we can pollute. Feels bad, but it's the way it's going to go. Do we just take our 7 gold and our 5 trees and get the village? That gives us a spot for 3 villagers. And we need to add 1. So we have to do that probably, actually. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go here. We'll spend our 7 gold. All of our riches are gone. We're going to clear cut this orchard. Sorry, orchard. And we're going to add a village over here. We're actually going to put it over here because it gives us bat storage. We'll put something else that we can pollute in the middle. I feel so bad. The way I'm playing this is just awful. Well, you got our help, no question. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. When I grow up, listen, Cosmic Beat, I'm young. Don't I look it? Come on. It's Father's Day. Be nice to me. Okay, and then we need to add a family because we currently have 6 families and we need 7 in order to get to hit that bonus. So we either want a family and a tree. We will get, 6-7 gold, probably enough to build one of these, but we will not have enough trees for it. Or family and a goat. We've transitioned into goats, into slaughtering goats instead of boars. Well, that's going to require more food now. We're going to need lots of food. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? We only had 1 pollution thing. Surely this will work. Right? Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. We've placed our workers. 1 gold per trained family. That's 6 gold. We do have to go panning for gold and see what our untrained family gets. 2 gold if we're lucky. Or perhaps 0. 0 sounds nice. That's cool. Unlucky. We get 1 tree. We get 2 fruit. It sounds like the rain is coming down outside pretty seriously. And we get a fruit bat. We're actually starting to gain some bats in a game about bats. So that's cool. These bats are going to come back. And now we have to feed our family. So we have 13. We need 13 food. And we have 6 food provided by goat's milk. So we need 7. So that sounds like, well, if we eliminate a boar, well, I don't know. You know what? It's 2 goats. We get rid of 2 goats. That's 6 food. And then a fruit, because we don't have enough bats to use 2 fruit anyway. That's 7 food, and we're done. We're done here. And now we feed, and then we breed. So, family, nice. We have at least 2 boar, so we get another boar. Sweet. And then we have at least 2 goats, so we get a goat. All right. This doesn't feel good whatsoever. I feel like I'm making horrific compromises. I'm not doing anything with the fruit bats. And I think my score is going to be worse than last time. But we're just leaning in. Babies, fours, babies, and blech. Getting all of these 13 families out seems downright impossible. We will get a free one this turn. We can also take the lucrative gain one and then immediately train it, which is great. So we know we're going to do that. But we only have spot for 1. This tile would get us spots for more, the farming camp. But it's negative points, -5. It's hugely negative, and we can't take it anyway. So we're going to have to build another settlement, but we don't have enough trees to do it, right? Because we need probably like an actual, like a settlement, not a farmstead, because that only gives us 1. We can't do that. We need a settlement. So that's 4 gold and 3 trees. So we need at least 1 additional tree. We could get that tree by sending our bats out. So we just got to take some other action. I think we also want to do this to train. At least we get a free bonus training and a bunch of gold if we have at least 4 terrain tiles, but we only have 3. So I think we could take a terrain tile, send out our bats to get our tree, build a settlement, and then get some gold and train somebody. I think that might make sense. No, because then we're forgetting this action. What am I talking about? That is like just unacceptable. Okay, we can do this now though. We can gain a family. We can train a family immediately. And we can send out our bats to get the tree we need. So, we had fruit in that tree. That's right. Okay, so we got that. Now we're going to go down here. We're going to spend 4 gold and 3 trees. I'm sorry, trees. You were good to me, but I got money to make. Environment be damned. God, I'm going to lose this game and go to hell. We're building a settlement. That's cool. I like that for us. We now have more space for our family growth, which we're going to get. How many do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. This one we want to have 12. We will be at 10. We want to get both of these off the board, and then we will get that 13th one for free. That's the babies part of this strategy. What was our final action that we needed to do? It was important, but I don't remember. We thought about going here, maybe. We won't get the bonus currently, because we only have 3 terrain tiles. So I don't think that's actually worth it, because we don't get to flip anybody. We could just get another family, or we could train a family and get a gold. How bad's our food situation going to be? We currently need 17 less 5. We need 12 food? Oh. If we use up a boar, then we still have enough to gain more boars. We only need 1 goat, so we can just sort of like cut the goats down if necessary, but then we don't get the bonus for them next time. We have done nothing with bats. I feel this is not working. Even if this is working, I feel so conflicted about it. It's yucky. This feels like this is like exactly what the game is trying to show me. It's like, here's the modern approach. I'm just going to cut everything down. Pollution be damned. Who cares about the bats, etc. But I don't like it. I don't want to do it. No. Okay, so What can we do to get more points? We can get a tree and a goat. Then we have the meat from the goat anyway. And we get the tree that we're going to need in order to build next turn. Because we are not getting a lot of that. If we do get the boars, we would get 2 trees from that. That'd be nice. And then we can kill them. For meat. That's 4 meat. Let's do that. Let's lean back into boars. We got space for them. And then we really need those trees anyway for next round. I'm going to hell. Okay, we did all of our actions. So 1 gold per trained family member. We got 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 gold. Then we dig 2 out of here. What do we got? What do we got? Did we get some gold this time? 1 gold, 0 gold. So we get 1 additional gold. We continue polluting willy-nilly. We gain 2 trees, which we desperately need. We gain 2 fruit, which we desperately need. We gain 1 fruit bat because this is a game about bats and we've just kind of forgotten that. Our other bats come back. We gotta feed everybody. 17 less 5. We need 12 food. We need to maintain at least 3 boars. So if we get rid of 3 of them, that is 6 food. And then we can get rid of 2 goats for the remaining 6 food. Oof. And then we breed. So we get a family. We get a boar. And we get a goat. Surely I'm not going to hell. This will be fine. Okay, if we get these 2 families on the board, then we get our 13th family. That's worth 25 points. And we get a lot of face value points from our villages and stuff. But we are going straight to hell. We can also pay gold for food if we have to, if it comes to that. But we'd rather use our animals. The only breeding bonuses we get are from or is the people. That's it. Right to jail. It's true. Listen, this is feeling yucky. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, so we have a whopping 3 trees again. So if we want to build a thing, all we can build is a settlement. We could plant some trees and build a village. Because the problem, of course, is that we only have 1 space for a house. So if we want to get these, the babies, lean into the babies part of the strategy, a settlement is enough for us to do it. We don't want to waste this fruit again. We'd rather get a tree out of the deal. I don't know if it really matters, but we should do something other than taking the settlement first. We should take one of these cards because then we can get this bonus. We're going to flip these guys to the efficient side. They're also worth bonus points if we do that. So, how many of those terrain cards do we have? We have 1, 2, 3. So we're going to take a terrain card. Which of these is the most useful? Not the farming camp. It's tempting because it gives us the space. Then we don't have to build this, but it's minus 5 points and gives us a ton of room for bats. We're never getting bats. Let's be clear. So, I mean, maybe, like, if we go here, we almost have enough bats to send them out twice. If we go here, we get a tree and a fruit, but we're just going to cut it down immediately. So, I don't know how helpful that is. This one's at least worth a point, though.
Firing shots high caliber round if you know what's best
Do we random it? Let's go rando. Let's go rando. Let's see what we get. We get a tree and the top card of the deck, I think. Let's see what we get. What could go wrong? It's a rainforest that allows us to have boar in it. That actually works out real nice. It's gonna be way down here at the bottom. And we get a tree. We almost, if we spontaneously got another tree, we could get this instead with our 5 wood. But I don't think we're able to do that. Anyways, let's send out our bats. Well, that gets us the tree we need, actually. So we can do it. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. Because we sent out those bats and they get the tree, we get the tree immediately. We'd pay 8 gold. And that would leave us with the 2 gold we need for our babies strategy. And to hell with everything else, we'll just hope it works out. Do we want to do that? This actually sucks because I can't do this now. I took this so that I could do this action and get like a bonus from it. But now I can't, now I don't actually have the bandwidth to do it. Because I don't have enough actions. Sucks to suck. Alright, we know we have to build the village. We'll pay our 5 trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This fruit just gets wasted because we suck at this game. I don't know why I'm handling these so awkwardly, but I am. We get the village. We now have space for our additional dudes. We can be happy about that. And I guess we have to make the choice here. Do we just go here and we get to make these guys, it's 3 bonus points plus a gold. It's 4 points for us. They also produce income, so it's probably more points. We don't add any more pollution. Not that that really matters to us. Or do we just go for the babies? And then they're deeply inefficient and we add a bunch of pollution, and this is on brand for what we've been doing the whole game. I also didn't pay for my village. 7 gold, 8 gold. We're going to pay 2 more gold and get 2 more families. It's the first B in babies, boars, and blech. Maybe the real win is doing the right thing for the fruit bats at the cost of winning. Yeah, like the game is really supposed to teach us things. So I think that is the real thing. But to hell with that. We're trying strategies and stuff. I also have no idea how I'm going to feed anybody. I didn't actually get so far as thinking that through. Oh my god, it's going to be extraordinarily expensive too. And we have no money, and we might just lose a bunch of points because of our actions, but we will see. So, we've done all of our actions. Income. We have 2, 4, 6 trained, 7 trained families. Excuse me. So we get 7 gold, which we will be buying food with, I guarantee. We have 5 untrained families. So we're going to add 5 pollution to the board. It'll be fine. Maybe we'll get, there's like only 2 tiles that have 2 gold, but maybe we'll find one this time. Oh, we did actually pretty well. We did. Wow, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 gold at the expense of the environment, but who cares about that? All right. We gain a tree. Look, this is practically like a you know, old forest. Look at that one tree that we have. We get 1 fruit. It even has an orange on it. This is basically the rainforest. And then we gain a bat. That's cool. He's gonna live in that guy's house. These other fruit bats come back. And we have to feed. We need 23 food. 4 comes from goat's milk. So we need 19 food. So 2, 4, 6, 8 from boars. We just need a cool 11 more food. I think we can do that. We'll just sacrifice some goats. 3, 6, 9, 12. We have no, we hit it on black. Look, on bleh, right? We have no animals, 1 tree. We do have a couple of bats, 1 tree, and all the other animals have died, but we got all this like oil and puddles of refuse and stuff. So that's nice. But we do get our last family. So mission complete. Mission complete. Babies. 13. We did it. Capitalism for the win. Majestic. Yeah, exactly, right? Okay, so we get points for our gold. We have 13. We're going to lose so bad. I mean, we are going to get a lot of points for our village here, because that is worth a lot. So we get the face value of all of our cards down here. So we get 1, 10, 13. This one's negative, so 11, 17, 20, 26, 35, 36, 45 points. We got only 28 points for that last time. So we got a significant amount more. And then up here, we get no points for our boar. We get 1 like pity point for our trees. We get 1 pity point for our fruit. So that's 2 points. But we get 25 points for our people. So it's 27 total and none for our goats. So we got a little bit less in gold. We got incrementally less on this track. Way more here. Okay. We earn points for bats. The way bat scoring works is we look at all of our bats, we count them up, we subtract 10, and then like anything past every bat past 10, your 11th bat and onward is worth 1. We have 6 bats, so we get nothing. Trained villagers do get us points though, where we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have more people trained to handle bats than bats that exist in the environment. And we didn't lose any food from failing to feed anyone. So that's good. So, what's the damage here? We have 40, 85, 92. So our score went down. We suck. I suck at this game. All I did was ruin the environment and feel awful about it. And our score is lower. Go team exploitation. Woo! Yeah, big fail. What a fail. Oh my god. Wow. That's actually, like, this is surprisingly hard. I feel like I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do to make this work. Somewhere in between the two extremes, perhaps. I'm trying to see if there's, like, you know, anything I'm, like, missing that's stupid, but I don't think so. I think I'm just bad. All right, we got to find a way. How are we going to do it? Okay, so exploiting the land and pillaging in order to try to get more points. I mean, like, it didn't feel like we were getting more points. It felt like we were just behind the curve on getting all of our families out. And feeding them is, like, disgusting. You know, it does not get easier. It gets awful. So I much preferred the no pollution way we took the first time out. But I don't think that... I think that actually scoring well that way is really hard. I think we need to do, like, somewhere in between the two extremes, some pollution management. Getting the additional workers out doesn't actually, like, it gets us more... It's sort of like, it feels like it's kind of like a path that we can take, right? When we have the additional workers, we gain more gold. And then that gold basically shoehorns us into building buildings, which just enable us to get more workers, right? And it feels like alternatively, we can, you know, chase after getting bats and fruit and stuff, but then it's hard to have the bandwidth to get more workers. But unlike most, like, Rosenberg games or worker placement games, it's not like we gain anything directly. Like, if we're not trying to build these, we don't actually need gold, right? So we don't gain, like, more actions or other perks from having, like, a huge family. So I think we try not to have a huge family. It didn't work. And we try to, like, split the difference somehow, you know? And, like, we allow a little bit, the occasional puddle of oil, but not only one tree and 3 bats and 7 bat handlers, because that didn't work. That didn't work. I feel like also we've seen, like, low variety in the terrain tiles. That's kind of a you know, just a outcome of the solo game, where these don't, like, any that aren't picked in the multiplayer game get replaced each turn, right? Whereas we basically can't turn it over at all. Or as we do turn it over, it's like, you know, that tile that comes out is now only available, like, 3 turns later, you know, because we're blocking it. So it does feel hard to do. I don't know what I would want out of that. But, you know, it felt like we wanted more spaces for boars and we just didn't find any. And that was a challenge we had. But there wasn't, like, a really good way to lean into that anyway. I don't know. I mean, this action could also be quite strong if we get some of the terrain tiles out, because we get points, essentially. I feel like these are something we need to maybe use a little bit more of. Overall, it feels very, like, straightforward to play this game, but, like, the, you know, beat 120 points, like, if there's some obvious way to do that, I'm not seeing it. Like, in that first game, we got almost every bonus extra thing we could get for free, right? And then we had almost maximum points for here. And we still failed, like, by a significant margin. So I'm not figuring that out. But we're going to figure it out this time. I'm going to give this one more play. We're going to try this one last time. And then I think I have, you know, other things to attend to. Got to spend some time with the family here on Father's Day. A haunted house is the terrain I just found? What the hell? Interesting. I guess that's thematically appropriate. It's a house surrounded by bats. I wouldn't want to live there. Okay, so we're going to split the difference this time. We're going to allow some pollution, but try not to go crazy. We want to add something to our board here, but we want it to be something that, you know, we can tolerate a little bit of pollution. Like this country spot here, you know, it's got a blank space. Losing that isn't a huge deal. It gives us a little bit of everything. The plains, likewise, is basically identical. You know, 1 extra bat instead of 1 extra boar. So I think we're going to try and go for one of those. Let's take this. If we do this one, we get the bat that we need. And then we don't have to worry about it finding it elsewhere, right? So we could do that. Let's try the early goat. Let's try the early goat this time. Okay, so let's plan to take this spot, because this spot here allows us to gain a bat, a boar, and a goat. So we can meet the requirements for breeding right here. And if we take this spot, we gain and then train immediately. So let's plan to do these. And we basically have to add a tile to our board immediately, or we don't have space for those benefits. So let's add the plains, because that one will, then we have lots of bat storage, and we get this fruit, which we can also use as food immediately, right? So let's try that basically in that order. We're going to go here, we're going to gain a family, and we're going to train it immediately. Okay. We're going to go here, and we're going to get the plains tile, which we're going to put over here. And we also get a tree with fruit. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to get a goat, a bat, and a boar. A little bit of everything. Whoops. And then we get to collect all of our bonuses, right? So, income. 1 gold per trained family member. That's 1. We got to go fish in with the other one. Gives us some pollution, but we do get a gold out of the deal. That's big. Okay. We then don't get any trees. We get a fruit, but we don't have anywhere to store it. So, sucks to suck. We do, however, gain a bat. And then we have 3 food required, but we have a goat. So we actually only need 2 food. Now, because we have this untrained family, we could do the unthinkable. We could feed them. You know, a fruit and a bat. Make a little delicious bat dish. Alternatively, we could pay our gold. But we probably need at least 1 gold to get like a farmstead or something soon, because this is going to be all filled up. We don't actually get an opportunity to gain additional family members next turn. So let's pay our gold. Let's pay our gold. We'll do that. We'll do the right thing. And then we get breeding. So we gain a family member. We gain a bat. That means we have enough bats to send out bats with this fruit to gain a tree. And we get a boar. All right. That was a good round 1. Ooh, the mountain. Okay, so we're definitely seeing some different tiles. That mountain gives us a ton of goat storage space. If we can have like a low number of families that are trained and a high number of goats so we don't have to pay food, then we can just focus on bats. It's kind of like what we did the first time, but we're allowing a little room for some pollution this time, and we'll just see how it goes. But I think we'll try and do that. So, that mountain tile would be great, except we can't actually get it out from there. We do have space for 1 additional goat though, and we will not get any additional families this turn. So what we want to be able to do is train these families up if we can, so that they don't continue to pollute and they just reliably produce gold, because we get less than 1 gold on average from the polluting ones. And we want to get goats. We like goats. So, what is that going to look like? We need to take a tile. I don't think we want the haunted house. I think this haunted house is just going to troll us all game. We probably don't need... I mean, it does get us another hut. Maybe it'll be useful in a future round. But for now, I think what we want is we want to take this country spot and we're going to add this over here. That gives us another blank space for pollution. I feel like I don't know if that's ideal, but this blank space would be one that's nice to maintain. Maybe we do put it over here. Because this is like very flexible tile. We could store boars, goats, or bats on that blank spot. Okay, so we took that, we get a bat. And we also can send these 3 bats and this fruit, and we can plant a tree. Feel good about our lives. Now, we have a goat, so we will gain extra goats. We have 4 bats. If we get 1 additional bat, we get a free bat. And then this is the hard one. If we want to get an extra boar, we need 2 more boars. Now, we could get the 2 boar tile here. We have storage for it, even. We even have storage for the bonus one we'd get. So that if we take that, we just need a way to get a bat. But we want a bat and a good action. We could take a gold, and upgraded dude. That's pretty good. Let's try that. So we get 2 boars. They go down here. I think we're going to have enough space for our bats. We go here. We gain a gold, a bat, and we get to train one of our families. So we're only putting out 1 pollution thing, which will block one of our bat storages. But that's okay. Plant a tree, lose another game. Hey. That's probably true. All right. So. Yeah, we did it. Let's see how this works. So we get 2 gold. And we get another pollution. Hopefully we get some gold off of it. Maybe 2? We get nothing. We found nothing. Sucks to suck. We do get a tree from our boar. And, oops. We then get 2 fruit. Nice. We return our fruit bats. And then we got to feed our families. This is where things get a little, like, spicy. Maybe we just embrace the haunted house as our way of dealing with family growth. And that means we don't need gold. Let's try it. Shits and giggles, let's try it. So we need to come up with 4 food. We're going to pay $4 and a fruit. That's 4. Okay, and then we breed. We gain a goat, which can go over here. We gain a bat, which can go here. Or it can go in the houses, I guess. I guess when I brought those guys back, I could have put them in the houses too. They're all in bat spots anyway. I don't know if that makes a difference. Whatever. Okay, and then we have 4 boars, so we get a boar. So we've hit all of the bonuses so far. That feels pretty good. Maybe we'll put this here, because if we pollute, that one will go away. Okay. Okay. We did it. We're doing it. We're living the dream. The rainforest tile comes out again. We saw that last time. All right. So, what now? If we gain another fruit, we can send out, we have enough to plant 2 trees worth. Unfortunately, we don't have anywhere for those trees to go, and we're basically screwed on that. We have one, I guess we have 2 trees here. We'll gain a tree passively though, at least 1. Maybe 2 if we get another boar. We do, we have enough stuff here that we will breed, we'll get all 3 breeding bonuses. But we do want to convert this for sure to a trained family. And we need a spot for that new family to go, right? So surely it's time for the haunted house. We're going to take the haunted house. We're going to put it here. It can get polluted first because all it stores is bats, and pollution is on brand for a haunted house. Or on brand enough, you know. So we're going to put it there, and we gain a boar for our troubles. So now we will gain 2 trees. We only have space for 2 trees. Yeah. Mind you, we could cut some trees down. We can, oh, we don't have enough gold. We'll figure that out. We're gonna send the bats out. Release the bats and gain another tree. Okay? Because we can't get these because they're blocked. We could take a random one. It will assuredly have trees on it. We could do that instead of a settlement since we have room for our one family. What we want is more goats. We have storage for a goat. But that's it. We need 1 gold in order to spend, or in order to purchase at least 1 gold in order to purchase one of these. It'd be much better to get a settlement than a farmstead, though. Gives us more boar space, too. We have enough trees to do it. We would need 4 gold, which is never happening. So we could get 4 gold, but it would take us our entire turn, I think. Actually, we can't even do it. So that's out of the options. Totally not possible. We have tons of boar. Our feeding is covered for sure. We don't really need another goat, actually. So what are we going to do then? We want more bats. We have space for bats. We want to train this family. We don't need trees because we're going to gain them up here anyway. So, do we want to get more bats? Do we want to... We could go here and we could train the guy and get a tree, but we don't need the tree. I think we go get a random card from the deck and see what we get. We found a plateau. That gives us more goat storage and spaces for trees, which is cool. I don't think we need to train this guy right away. We're taking the pollution light plan. We're tolerating some amount of pollution. The pollution is first going to go here and ruin this bat spot. We're only going to gain 1 pollution this turn. That's a tolerable amount. This game brought to you by Exxon. Hey, Jamie, welcome in. How you been? How you been? You missed the babies, boar, and bleh run that we had last time where we did not score well, but man, did we make the least enjoyable nature preserve that was covered in oil, had a single tree, had more bat handlers than bats. It was bad. Okay, so we know we need gold. We know we need trees in order to get this stuff. We're not going to have a lot of gold because of our stupid... Maybe training them is right, because then we get that gold for sure, right? Instead of... If we end up with only 2 gold, we're going to be really sad. Maybe not really sad. We're going to be moderately sad. Do we want that mountain, I guess, is a good question. I don't feel like we do. We have almost enough spaces for all of the goats right now without getting the mountain, and it's the primary thing it gives us. So maybe we just forego getting more bats and stuff. We're going to collect all the bonuses anyway. We have enough food for our families, and maybe we just take another tile because we don't want this mountain tile anyway. We want something different. So maybe let's just do that now and hope that it doesn't suck. It's a meadow. A big empty field where we can have goats. The very thing we said we didn't want. fabulous. Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Good. Just got back from camping all weekend. Very sunburnt. That sucks. It was bad. That describes how most games go. Yeah. It happens. Okay. All right. So we get 1 gold per trained family member. That's 2 gold. We got to go panning for gold with the other family member. We did get 1, but pollution. We get 2 new trees, and we just barely have space because all we wanted was space for trees, and we added a plateau and a meadow, which are sort of suboptimal, I think, but oh well. I mean, I guess we can use the blank spaces to store trees as well. Blank spaces can store anything other than families, as long as that's present on the tile. So I think that includes trees. That's something I've been kind of overlooking. I don't think it's been an issue prior to this run. Yeah, so they can have trees. Okay, so this is actually pretty flexible for us then. It just can't help us have more boar. Okay, so we got 2 trees. We get 3 fruit. Big. Our fruit bats come back, and they can live by this haunted house. And then we have 5 food, but we get 2 from goats. So we need to come up with 3 food, and we have like an abundance of boar. So I think maybe what we'll do is we'll use 1 of them and 1 fruit, because then it's easier for us to get back to that threshold where we gain 2 trees. And we don't want to eliminate trees with fruit on it anyway. So that's the food we need, or 3 food. I don't know why that's hard to say. Favorite phase of the game, breeding phase. We gain a family. They live in a haunted house. Sucks to suck. They didn't know that when they purchased the property, sight unseen. We gain a bat. Then we get a boar. That's that boar that gets us past that 2 tree threshold again. I think we only ever get 2, yeah. That's why I'm here. It's totally true. Jamie likes camping, but the sun doesn't like Jamie. I like mountain camping, not beach island camping. I mean, the only camping I know is mountain camping. Yeah, I feel like the sun doesn't like me either. These days, it's not that I burn easily. It's that I get like extremely easy, like kind of sunstroke, heat exhaustion. I don't know. It takes me sort of all summer to like build up a tolerance to the sun, and then it's winter for 6 months in Canada. And then by the time spring rolls around again, if I spend like 20 minutes out in the sun, like I need to like have a 4-hour nap. Like it's brutal. So that's a thing for me. I don't recommend it, honestly. Okay, so we got our family. We got our bats. We got our boar. We're done the breeding phase. So now we prepare for next round. This guy's going to slide over. We need our red workers back so we can take those actions again. We could get that lucrative mountain space and have more spots for goats. And this is the one we wanted, the bush. Love a nice bush. Got lots of boars there. And, yeah. Let's do round 4 here. So, we can get a family, but we do not have space for them. If we get 10 bats, we can get a free bat. And if we have at least 3 goats. So I think this is going to be the first round, round 4, where we are not able to meet all the requirements. It's unlikely that we can get 4 bats and a goat and space for a family, right? We do not have enough money to get a village, but we do have enough. Well, we don't have enough to get a settlement either, but we can get it. We can get it. We can find that somewhere. So, and that's probably what we'll do. Ways that we can get gold. Do we have 4 terrain tiles now? We do. We have 5. So we can get the bonus over here. So we could flip families to their to their trained side equal to the number of nature icons we have. That's 4. And then gain a free gold. That gold would be enough to build a settlement. So that's cool. It's just unfortunate that there's a little order of operations problem there, because we'd rather gain that family, a family, before flipping it. But we're trying to stay family light here, I guess. So, you know, whatever. We don't have to train them either. We don't strictly speaking have to train them. Though this guy will die if we don't. This poor pig will die. So we have 2 families to train. The other ways we could train them, we can train them here and here. We would gain the goat we need and a tree. But that feels like pretty inefficient. Like, we're not winning anything by doing that. And then we still don't have the gold that we need to get our settlement. Okay, so we're doing this action. We're going here. We get to flip these guys to their efficient side. We train them up. And then we gain a free gold because we have at least 4 terrain tiles. Isn't that just being Canadian? It is. This is why I'm an indoor kid. I am literally in my like studio space doesn't have a window. This is like my detached garage that I converted to, you know, a streaming space, and the window, there is a window. Well, there's 2, but one has a vestibule I built covering it, and one is just covered up with layers and layers and stuff. Not like a curtain or something. Like, there's multiple layers of insulation over it. They're like, if the power goes out, I am pitch black, can't see your hand in front of your face type setup. I spend an inordinate amount of time in here. So yeah, I don't get a lot of sun. All right, so we did this so that we could get a settlement. We're gonna also send our bats off to deliver some fruit, and that gets us a tree. Okay, we're gonna put that tree down here in the meadow. It's not gonna be a meadow for much longer, actually. And then we're gonna build this settlement. So we need 3 trees. And we need to pay all of our gold, which sucks. That's okay. We'll get the settlement. It's worth points. Points are good. We like points. And it gives us space for families that don't have to live in terror in the haunted house. So that's cool. Because we're going to gain one of those this turn. Now, the last thing, if we want to get the benefit, is we either need to find a way to get 4 bats in a turn, which is impossible, or we have to get a goat. So a goat is better, obviously. We don't have any gold. We can't get 2 goats. So we're going to produce 4 gold this round. We're going to have enough for another settlement if we want to build it. But what goat do we want? Not this goat. The tree goat? We want the tree goat. Surely. Tree. Complete with fruit. And it comes with a free goat. What's not to like? All right. So, income. We have 4 trained families. We get 4 gold. Jamie and Rachel. Actually, I'll wait a sec. You guys might be in an ad. I don't know. We get 2 new trees. We like that. Tree's good. I guess we don't need to keep filling the meadow. We might as well put them on the dedicated spaces. They can't have anything else. We get 3 fruit. And, oh, I could have sent out my bats. I forgot to do that. I had another fruit. I think I'm gonna retcon that. I'm gonna pretend I had remembered to do this because I would have got an extra tree, which would have given me that extra fruit. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not even gonna think twice about it. I would have remembered if I was not bad at games. Anyways, we get 2 fruit bats. We like bats. They're gonna live over in the haunted house. And then all these guys come back. We're just gonna surround this haunted house with bats. And then we feed our family 7 food. We get 3 from goats. We need 4. That's what we keep these boars here for. 2 boars, that gets us 4 food. We're happy. I guess we could spend fruit. We need 3 fruit. We could spend 1 boar and 3 fruit. And 2 fruit. We only need 4 food. Okay, I'm gonna put you on the TV and cook dinner. Lurky time. Thanks for the lurk. I was going desperation retcon. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Anyways, I was gonna say before you leave, Jamie. I'm sure you can still hear me. It's nice to see you in stream. It's been a minute since you guys caught a stream, so I'm happy that you're here. Feels good. Okay, so where the hell was I? I fed them. Best phase of the game, breeding phase. We have at least 2 families. We gain an additional 1. We do not have 10 bats. We're close. We're at 9. Shame. But we do have the 3 goats. So I feel like if I was better, I could have made that happen, but not quite. And then we are going to prepare for the next round. So we need our yellow workers. And we don't have to put out any more tiles because we didn't take any of those. I don't know if we need any more tiles anytime soon. We'll see. We'll see. We might need more space for bats and trees. But I don't know. I don't know. All right, so we get an extra family if we have 7. We have 5. I don't think we're going to target doing that. I don't think we want to do that. I think that's a distraction put there to, we're being tempted by sin and it's taking us away from our fruit bat mission. Happy to be back. Yeah, no, it's really nice to see you. And yeah, I do have some changes upcoming to stream that I am going to have to talk to you fine folks about. I guarantee you can help, at least with some ideation, which is a word I don't love. All right, so I got 3 workers and a dream. I also have 3 rounds remaining, and I legitimately feel like I have 20 points on the table, and the goal is 120. And I don't feel like I'm not going to scale into that somehow. I don't know how to play this game effectively. It feels like getting workers means you have this additional money, but you just spend all your bandwidth feeding them. So, and if you have all the goats, it's not that much of a difference. It doesn't add up to that much. They're worth a lot of points, but man, they are expensive. Them kids gotta eat, and I don't like it. So, bats are also worth points. And we want to plant more trees. And we do want to have space to grow because we only have just a little bit of space and we know we want to get some families. Now, I feel like we could save up for a town. I don't know if it's actually more efficient to get one though. We get 3 more points in points than we spend gold. Whereas in the other ones, we could get, for the same amount of gold, we could build 2 settlements and we'd get more points. And it would fit the same number of guys. It would just take us more actions, but fewer resources. And only 1 extra action, frankly. So I think building more settlements is the move. Now, if we want to do that, we can't do it for a little while unless we want to pay extra gold, which we don't have. So maybe we just get out of the settlement game And let's try and focus on a way to get more our nature preserve. We need more bats. More bats, more bats. So this spot looks like a gooder. This lets us get, flip this guy to his trained side. That gives us bat storage and gets us 2 bats. Alternatively, it could get us another boar, which gets us another tree. Let's take the bats. Let's take the bats this time. Also, I think I paid a boar last time, and I should have paid this one, because he's the next to die to pollution, if we get any. Not that we're set up to get any anyhow, but... Okay, so we got 2 bats, and we're going to send the bats out. So 3 bats go out, they take a fruit, and we gain a tree. Okay, what other actions do we want to take here? We don't have any other families to convert to efficient things. I don't want to take this action until we do that. Maybe we take more tiles. If we take more tiles, then this gets us more points. They're also worth points, and then we still can do that at some later time. Like that could be our next round move in order to flip another family to efficient. Alternatively, we're not going to grow this time anyway, so we could just gain a family and take it now. And then we would get more gold as income. Options abound. Okay, we're not going to gain a family. We don't have space for it anyway. Let's go here. We'll take a family. And we'll gain a goat. That kind of offsets the cost of that family a little bit, at least. Right? And it's worth points. And we can send out the fruit bats. Release the bats. And gain another tree. And then we can take this action. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the hand icons. We get 4 gold worth of income there. And then because we have at least 4 terrain tiles, we can flip one of these to the trained tile or trained side. That gives us another spot for a bat. Some of you visit on vacation. What's vacation? That's fair. Chia kitten, hello. Okay, and then we're releasing the bats again when we take that final action, which gets us an additional tree, which goes in the meadow. It's no longer a meadow. It's looking good. Okay, so we're done all of our actions. Income. So we have 2, 4, 6 families. So we'll get 6 gold. We have lots of gold. Gold's worth points at the end anyhow. Maybe that's another path for victory. We won't necessarily have to buy these. We could just stockpile gold. We do gain more points this way, but not... The ratio is not great. We then collect our trees and so on. If we did have that 1 extra boar, which we don't, then we would get extra fruit and extra trees and all sorts of stuff. But we don't. So we gain 1 tree. We don't actually have a lot of space for trees, honestly. Maybe we should have just gone hard on getting those things. Oh well, too late. We get 5 fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just put that one there. All right. And we get 2 bats. These are going to go in the newly converted homes. It's something you get when you're really old and your mom still pays for it. That's funny. I feel like vacation, I take lots of vacation. I get a lot of vacation time from my full-time job. I fill it with activities and stuff, but it's almost exclusively like staycation stuff time. Or staycation, I don't know why I said stuff time. That's a really weird thing to say. Staycation type, time off. We don't, I don't have the budget for take the family on international travel, you know? So it's almost exclusively, we do a little bit in the like local travel in the summertime. We'll be going away in about a month for a week or so. But yeah, we keep it pretty low key. Okay, so we got our fruit bats, 2 fruit bats. All of these guys got to go back on the board. We're at the point, the threshold now where we're going to like earn points for these bats. Unlike last time, this overall feels a lot more like what we're supposed to be doing, which is cool. And now we got to feed. So we have 11 food requirement. We get 5 from our goats. So we need to come up with 6 food. Now we really only need 3 fruit, right? So we can get 2 from there, and then we can get the remaining 2 from boars. And we're going to get rid of this boar like we've been talking about the whole time. And I guess this guy. There's our 6 food we need. And now we breed. Now we don't have 7 families, so we don't get that. But we do get a boar, and we do get a goat. And we are happy. We're going to prepare for next round. Get the blue workers back. They weren't really blocking us too badly. We exclusively... It's the losing so hard it's messing with your ability to speak. That's probably true. I think this is still a loss. I feel like I'm not doing any better this turn than, or this time through, than I did the first time. I mean, I have a little bit of pollution, and maybe I'm better set up to buy some things that are worth points, but like it doesn't feel like I'm 30% better, which is what I need, right? We exclusively vacationed by traveling to family members' houses to staycation with them for many, many years. Some of our most favorite times. That's what I did as a kid a lot too. Like, we didn't go anywhere on trips or whatever. Yeah. I don't mind that one bit. I also like the actual, like, legit staycation where I just like take a day off of work or a week off, and I stay home and like do stuff while the kids are at school. Big fan of that, actually. Almost a necessity, I would say. All right, so what is our win condition here? If we get at least, we have 6 families, so we will gain extra from the families, which is worth points. That's good. We want to take that at this point. We need space for it. We also can't afford to lose more than 1 boar, but we can lose some number of goats. So feeding is getting a little tricky. We also want to take this spot where we gain a family and then immediately train it, because that's also points, but it does increase our feeding costs. So basically the big thing that we're missing at this point is we need more room for families. So probably we want to buy one of these better ones. We have the gold and the trees to do this. What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 trees that don't have fruit on them. So we could buy this one, and then we'd never have to worry about housing for the rest of the game, right? Though this one is more effective from a resource ratio. And we probably also, even if we take this, we're not going to get the 12 family. So I think we could take the village here, and it's going to be worth more points to us. So let's build a village. That's going to cost us 7 gold and 5 trees. I just killed a bat. That's okay. He was just warming up because he's going flying. So we can get some of those trees back. We'll pay that fruit. Gain a tree. All right, and then we are going to take this action. We're going to gain a family, and immediately it's going to be trained. And we're going to send out the bats, release the bats again. Spend our fruit. Gain a tree. Got lost for a second there. And then our final action here. I feel like we have enough space. I don't think we need a ton more space. We want more bats, which is hard to get. And more boar wouldn't be terrible. So we're going to need 7 food. And we want to keep at least 3 boar. We don't really want to go slaughtering a ton of goats either, because, you know, when we do so, we end up with more. We just need more food next turn. And they're worth a point each. So the 2 boar spot maybe is actually worth it. That would get us on the threshold where we get 2 trees. That gets us an additional fruit. So we get 1 additional tree, 1 additional fruit. We'll need those trees next round potentially. The fruits mean we get the fruit means we get more bats. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we're gonna go over here, gain 2 boar. We can feed the boar to our people because we need food. We got space for it. We're going to release the bats, which gets us a tree. And we're done for the round. 1 more round, and then we get to see how badly we've faltered here. So, income. We get 1 income, or 1 gold per trained family. We have 7 now. So we get 7 gold. Not bad. We get 2 trees. That's almost all the trees. We've been short this 1 tree 2 times now, which sucks, because it also costs us a fruit, but whatever. We then get 5 fruit. And then our fruit bats come home. They're going to hang out in the haunted house, primarily. And then we're going to feed our family. So we need 7 food. So let's just do... The boars are very low value, because they only get us a maximum of 2 points. So we can get rid of 3 boars, and a fruit. That's 7 food, easy peasy. And then breeding. So we gain a new family. We have at least 6. Sweet. We have at least 3 boars, so we'll get 1 of those back. And we have 6 goats, so we get our final goat on the board. So we're going to need 8 food next time. We could just pay our boars right now currently, and we'd be fine. And we are unlikely to get 4 families out on the board in order to gain the training, the bonus. So we're just not going to focus on that. We're going to find other ways to gain points. So what are those other ways going to be? We have 14 gold. We have enough fruit to put out more trees, which the trees get us some points, but we only have 1 tree left in the supply. We can build one of these. If we do that, it's almost like a net loss. It's hard to know what to do here. So if we build a town, it costs us 10 gold, right? So that's 10 points worth of gold and 7 trees. We're not going to get those 7 trees back in 1 round. We can get 3 back from our bats, and we can get a couple elsewhere, and like 1 from a boar maybe, right? 1 or 2 from a boar. But we're not going to get them all back. And by not having the trees on the board, we lose points over here, right? So we lose like 1 or 2 points here. So it's basically like we gain a building worth 13 points, but we spend about 13 points worth of resources and a turn to get it. So I don't know that that's actually worth doing. Conversely, like you know, every bat we get is a point. So that might be worth it. Families are worth points, but we do have to feed them. But each family is 2 points. 3 points if we get it to be, if we train them. We don't have a lot of space for those. The ratio is less bad if we build these lower valued things. We actually get like more bang for our buck building farmsteads and settlements rather than towns, but it takes us more actions. So what can we do here? We can flip a whole ton of guys to their efficient side, but only if we have them, right? So I don't know. And these are not super valuable. Like we can get, you know, 2 points for that bush. Woo. So we could spend 2 gold to get 2 families. And then we could take this action to convert all of those 2 efficient ones. That would gain us 2, 4, 6 points in families. We'd get the gold back almost. We'd lose 3 points to gain 6, basically. And that would be our whole round. That seems crappy. Like, that's a net gain of 3. That feels like absolutely garbage. I don't want to do that. Okay. Let's take this bush. It's 2 points. We get a boar with it. And we can put out a tree, but that's the last tree we can get, actually. Is it even worth doing, or do we keep the fruit? I don't think it makes a difference. We have enough trees out that we'll get the fruit back anyway. Okay. So now bats are worth points. Boars are worth points. Families are worth points. Buildings are worth points. We could go random digging in the deck here, but I don't. We might get that -5 or something. That would suck. We can't get any goats because we've got them maxed out. We don't really want to get families, but we do want to make the family that we have. We want to flip them to their trained side. I guess we lose nothing by not doing that. It gains us a point. So that doesn't matter really much either. So I mean, we can build a settlement or a farmstead and then get a family or something. But that's kind of all we can do. Like, there's not a lot. We can take these and just gain points. It's probably worth more than just dicking around with these buildings just because we waste so much gold down here. What I really should have done was taken this action earlier so that I could take it a second time. But that's extremely hard to do, right? It's not worth it early, I guess. Maybe I should have saved it till now. I don't know. There's not a lot of positive ways for us to gain points here. Okay, let's just do this. Let's take this. We'll gain a family. We do have 1 spot for one. And we gain a gold. That's worth a point. So it's 3 points value, essentially. We're not going to send the dudes out because there's no trees to gain. And then we're going to go here. We can flip these guys. That's worth 2 points for their, you know, trained side, and we get a gold for our trouble. So we get 3 points on each of those actions. That feels crappy. That feels crappy, but I don't know how we can get more than that. Doing this is like kind of not worth it. All right. We'll call that a day and we'll see. That was our last action. Let's see how we do here. So, income. Each trained family gets us a gold. That's, I guess, extra points as well. So, we have 9. 25 or 24. Yeah, 25 gold. Not bad. We don't get any pollution. We get new trees, which we don't have because there's no trees left. We get new fruit, which is all of the fruit. And we get 3 more fruit bats. That's 3 more points too. That's pretty okay. Now we need 17 less 7. We need 10 food. So boars, well, if we get rid of all of our boars, we lose 1 point and we get our 10 food. So that's totally the way to do it. Whoa. We go from 1 point to 0 and we have no more food needs. We're done. Easy peasy. I guess these fruit bats need to come back to their homes. And we don't have 12 families, so we don't get that breeding bonus. So we are done. Let's see if we did any better this time, or if I just dicked around and didn't do any better at all. So, gold. We have 25 gold. That's the highest we've had so far. We get the face value, whoa, of our buildings here. Let's see what that gets us. Probably not that great. 0. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 27, 29. So we got more than we got in the first game, but only by 1. We're doing incrementally better than our first game scoring so far. On the supply board here, we get nothing for boar. We get 6 for our fruit, 3 for our bats. So that's 9 plus 17 for our families. So that's 26 plus 7 for our goats. So that's 33. That's the best we've done so far. So we've improved in every category compared to our first game, but we're gaining like, you know, 2 or 3 points per category, and we need to be gaining like 7. Anyways, trained workers, we have 9. So we'll get 9 points for that. That's once again incrementally more. And then bats, we count the bats up and subtract 10. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So I actually earned a little bit less in that category. So this isn't feeling like it's a win again, guys. We'll see here. We got 15, 40, 69, 99, 102. I wrote 120, but what I scored is 102. So I am still 18 points shy of a win. It's a disaster. I absolutely concur. I absolutely concur. Yeah, wow. This is like surprisingly hard as a solo game, just because I don't actually know what I can do to like it's not obvious how I can play this better. We missed 2 out of, well, let's see. There's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19. So there's 19 bonuses that we can score, and we got 17 of them, right? So we missed 1 family, which would have given us 2 additional points, and we missed a bat, which would have given us 1 additional point. So we left 3 points worth of bonuses on the table. But like the bat was earlier in the game, that might have scaled into being more than 1 point worth of value eventually, but probably not. So we missed out on 3 points there. And then it's like, I don't feel like there's a ton of bandwidth to be doing a bunch more actions. Like I can't get an extra 5 trees every round and build an additional building. And like I would have needed, it's the same as last time. I have 20 gold and I have enough trees that I could have built a building. But if I convert my gold and trees into a building, like a town, for instance, right? It's 13 points, but it costs me 13 points in resources. So it's not actually like a net gain, right? So, you know, I have this, skill issue indeed. I don't know how to get this, like, I don't know how to get more points here. We missed less than 5% of the bonuses. We missed, or 10%, I guess. We missed 10% of the bonus material, which is not very much. And if I'd gotten maximum points on this scoreboard here, I would have earned an additional, if I somehow fed my family without, I needed 25 food. I didn't use any animals to feed them, which is impossible. And I had all of these out. I would have earned an additional 10 points, right? But I likely would have spent almost all of that in food. I would have had to use up all my goats or something, right? So, and then I lose points for that. So it's if you have all your families out, you get 25 points. And if you have all your goats, you only have to pay 18 food. But there's that's all of these plus a goat, right? So it's I could have gained 8 points and lost 3. I suppose the fruit doesn't count at the end. So I could have... No, it does, because it counts here. So yeah, it's I could have gained... If I had a perfect game where I had everything off this supply board, I could have gained 7 points. And that feels really hard to do. And then I'm still 15 points shy, which is build another one of these buildings if it was free, right? But it feels extremely hard to find the bandwidth to get that extra little bit. I don't think I played this poorly, I don't know that I'm not an expert by any means, but I don't think I did terribly. And it just feels that's 120 points is quite distant. We got almost, you can build as many buildings as you want. There's no limit on how many of those you can get, other than you get in your own way and they become more expensive. So in practical terms, I think I could have got 1 or 2 more, and that's about it, right? And shy of that, it's we got almost all the points from everything, and you're just way short of 120, Anyways, that's fruit bats on Father's Day, I guess. 0 for 3. Happens. If you came here to watch me win, you're on the wrong stream. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up there because, that was fun. And I really liked this. I liked this game. It's cozy. It's not too complicated. I don't think the decision space is huge. It'd be interesting with multiple players for sure. I think turning over those cards would feel really nice. Trying to find something you need, but then fighting for them wouldn't feel great. So it'd probably be a wash. But yeah, overall, I think that this was an enjoyable game. It wasn't like my favorite Rosenberg by any means. But I kind of also liked the fact that it was a more positive theme, that second run I did where I just went babies, boars, and blah, and I went all in on pollution and scored lower. It felt awful doing that. It was not good. So I kind of liked that because, most Rosenbergs are exploit the environment for as many resources as possible. And it just sort of we don't really talk about the consequences of that. So I liked the fact that this was a little bit more weighty in that regard, in sort of a moral way, 0 to 3 on brand. Yeah, who would come here for winning? Yeah, exactly. Nobody. I'd be streaming to literally 0 people. So yeah, I think that we're gonna wrap up there. I'm gonna find someone to raid. We'll see who's on. Raiding's always, hit and miss, especially on Sundays. I feel I'm in at a weird time. Did Panda just start? I don't know from this new interface. No, she's been going for 5 hours. Okay, well, I have no idea if she's if she's gonna be going for much longer or not. But we haven't raided Amanda Panda in a hot minute, and she's brought her friends in here a couple of times. So we could give that one a whirl. Let's do that. GG, fun stream. Thank you, Jared. Stream end. Yeah, we're gonna end. We're gonna wrap up here. We're gonna raid Amanda Panda, and she's been going for 5 hours, so I don't know what to expect. She might be wrapping up. She might not be. Who knows? We'll see when we get there. But thanks so much for being here today. This was a great way for me to spend some time on Father's Day. If you missed it at the start of the stream, basically I said, I'm a proud father of 3 young girls, and I love every minute of it. Hopefully, other fathers out there, I hope you're doing well and having a great day. Those of you who have fathers, I hope you wish them well. And those of you who have, complicated relationships with your father, well, I understand. So don't feel bad. Yeah, what a nice way to spend Father's Day. And I have been working on some changes to stream, which we will see in the coming months. Nothing elaborate in the immediate future, but sometime soon we're going to end up, doing a little bit more around here, and more off of Twitch as well. So I'll have more to say about that sooner rather than later. We're a bit sassy over here. It's true. You guys are sassy. You are sassy. So anyhow, thanks so much for being with me here today. And I'm going to start this raid up. And yeah, work less, play more. See you next time.